Whenever you're ready, Pam.
All right.
7:30.
7:30 it is. I'd like to call the meeting of CPDC to order. I think we'll take one item out of order if we could, and that's the A&R for the Sanborn Lane subdivision.
So it's the subdivision plan endorsement.
Okay.
We do have the engineer for the plan set here with us as well, Jack Sullivan, but pretty straightforward. The applicant has met all of the conditions within the decision prior to plan endorsement. And the plan endorsement will help us move forward with getting the surety and the covenant and all of those processes rolling. So as far as we're concerned, they look good to go.
Okay. Do we have motion?
Yes, is the movement just to, to endorse the subdivision plan at 103 Sanborn Lane?
Exactly, and the plans are behind you on that table. There's two sets like usual.
And we need 3 people to sign every page.
Okay.
And do we have 3 people to do so? Tony's involved?
Well, you've got 3 right there.
3 right here.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
And you can sign too if you want, Tony.
That's okay.
Of course.
Okay, do we have a second to the motion?
Second.
All in favor? Show of hands.
And
Nick is
Nick.
positive.
That's excellent. Super. The motion is passed. Okay.
So if you want, they'll sign them throughout the night and then you can pick them up tomorrow. Does that sound good?
Okay, I'll let Attorney Crowley know.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks,
You're
Jack.
most welcome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks for coming.
My easiest meeting in a long time. Thank you.
Okay. The second item on the agenda is the minor site planning review, outdoor dining for the Mandarin. And I see that Mr. Robert Lee's here.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Select Board.
Before we do, Heather, could you read the legal notice into the record, please?
Yes. Hold on, I need to pull it up.
And I can pull that up too.
Okay, notice is hereby given that under sections 4.3 and 4.6 of the Reading zoning bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public meeting on Monday, April 11th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. in person in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and through remote and online measures to review a minor site plan review application for the outdoor dining submitted by Mandarin at 296 Salem Street, map 23, lot 64. A copy of all applications and accompanying plans are available to the public at Town Hall by appointment and on the town website the Thursday prior to each meeting. And there's the Zoom meeting information. If you have any questions, comments, or difficulty accessing the meeting, or you would like a copy of the application, please email Andrew McNichol, staff planner, at amcnichol@ci.reading.ma.us.
Thank you.
Okay, I had a question. It says that we provided approval last year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see this one.
Yeah, so I'll let Robert take over when he's ready, but just to recap, so this was one of the, I think, 6 outdoor commerce dining and programming or storage applications that you reviewed and approved last year. Last year, Mr. Lee did not think he would need to do it again this year, and so the decision in this case actually expires in 2021, so he's back. The plan is, I believe, entirely the same as last year.
Entirely the same, yes.
Right, and then I was gonna add one thing, which is that last year, the fire department and DPW worked together to add some jersey barriers to the property just for additional safety after the CPDC review. And those jersey barriers are available again this year for Mr. Lee to use. And DPW will do all the coordination and get them out there and set them up. So go
Yes,
ahead.
I will contact, DPW to have it set up. So I will have measurement and exact where the spot is. So they look at where the spot is, they just lay down the same as last year. Again, I apologize. Last year I have decided not to redo it. But through the time, people asking, requesting, so yes, let's do it. If you love, if everyone love to do it, then do it. Again, right now, the Omicron thing, still going on around. Still have people prefer wearing masks and eating outdoors. So that's why we make this decision this year to provide an extra option for people if they want to dine in at a restaurant, they choose to dine outdoor. So the whole thing would be just we utilize in the adjacent sections on the entrance where the garden is on the left and right. We provide 8 tables, 4 tables on each side. Yeah, so you can see the layout there. Each table with umbrellas and 4 chairs. We don't have any electrical outlet, anything whatsoever that require power outlet. We basically open up, the dining area, the outdoor area since we open at 11:30 in the morning until the sun goes down. So then to bring the customer indoor instead of outdoor. It's very simple. Now, there was an old picture a couple of years ago. You see the wood beam; those will be replaced by the Jersey barrier. And you see the planter, the black planter. Each one about 200 pounds sand inside the planters.
I don't have any questions. It was the same as last year.
There's just one question, Mr. Lee.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You were asked last year to repaint some traffic arrows in the lot that had faded.
Yes, we're going to redo it again. We make sure the arrows, the pointer, be nice and clear, easy to see.
Okay,
That's what we must do. Yes.
all right, thank you.
We thank you again.
I have no questions either.
No questions?
Okay, can I then, do we need to look at the
Wait,
decision?
one last question, actually for Julie.
Okay.
So are we doing this as a permanent condition so that he doesn't have to come back next year?
You should, yeah, I would recommend that so if for some of the other applications you reviewed last year, you did like in perpetuity within a staff review.
Yeah.
Annually, so that's what we're doing for most of the other ones, and I would recommend we change the condition, so it's that way this time for this applicant. Did you keep that in there?
Assuming that's okay with you, Mr. Lee.
Yes, yes.
And that's what's written in the draft decision right here, right?
That is what's written in the draft decision, yes. Condition number 7 and 8. Sorry, 7 only. 6 and 7, sorry, rereading it now.
So do we have a motion on the floor?
Well, I guess I just have a question. There's on the draft decision that we have, seating limits is highlighted, and I guess I'm wondering from staff if there's a reason why that was.
I just wanted to alert the applicant to that, as we had talked last year about not intensifying the use through these outdoor dining applications. So I just wanted them to be aware of their max seating capacities, and last year that was a bit easier when there were indoor restrictions on seating, where this year there's not. So again, just trying to alert that.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll keep it down to 165.
So I'll move that we approve the minor site plan review for outdoor dining at the Mandarin Restaurant at 296 Salem Street.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, one and all.
Do we have to reapprove the waiver to use the parking?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe, probably not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we probably should. Okay, let me back up. So I move that we approve the parking waiver as requested in the outdoor dining site plan review for the Mandarin Restaurant at 296 Main Street. And 296 Salem Street, I just said the wrong thing.
Thank you.
I will second that.
All in favor? Hand show, Nick?
Yes.
I see his hand. Okay. Passed. Thank you, Mr. Wei.
Thank you, all of you.
You guys
Oh,
wanna
no,
vote on
now
the
we
other
need to
one?
I
vote
think
on
we
the actual-
haven't voted on our approval. We moved, we seconded, and now I think we need to vote on
Okay.
the overall approval.
All right. Now we can have the vote on the approval.
Yes. All in favor?
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Great, we will work to get you that decision sometime this week, Mr. Lee.
Okay, thank you, Angel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Yes. Now let me just pull all
Blistering
that
pace.
up.
Okay, next on the agenda is the sign permit application for Verizon, 17 London Street.
Madam Chair.
Lord.
One moment, please. I believe we need to wait 3 minutes.
Oh.
It's 7:45.
It's not a hearing, so you don't.
Oh, it's
have
not a hearing? Okay.
Yeah.
True.
And can you just ask Brian to state his last name?
Brian, when you do introduce yourself, if you could please state your first, last name and the company just for the record keeping, please.
Yes, Bud, thanks for having me. My name is Brian Brinkers, and I'm from Acme Sign Company in Salem. I'm sorry, Peabody, live in Salem. And we are making a proposal to change the signage for the Verizon building at 17 Linden Street.
I can share your plans on the screen if you don't mind summarizing them.
So the plan is, so Verizon has changed their branding worldwide. And part of the program is to change the signage to show their proper branding. And the plan is to change it over, it's same size, you know, it's like for like. In other words, nothing has really changed other than the graphic content. And I did want to point out that the main sign that we had made proposal for is above the doorway. There's also a smaller sort of a directional sign that's on the door, and it identifies the door down below it as the primary entrance. So I'm not sure if I included that in the proposal, but that's part of what they would like to see. And again, both are existing.
Well, this is more of a permanent placard, right? Than the paper sign that's taped to the door now.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So actually, that's really the only question I have. What happens inside this building? What's going on there? It says it's an admin building. Is that true? There are offices in there?
No, I really don't know exactly what goes on inside these, but there's zero traffic, you know. There may be staff people that go in there, and I don't know if it's a termination station or you know, whether they keep equipment in there that is for switching or anything like that. I really don't know. Although there's these types of buildings all over the country.
Does anyone know? Julie? Andrew? My concern is that as a primary entrance, a permanent sign like this, does it require Braille on it? You know, does it have to be an accessible sign, essentially?
That I don't know.
Well, that's why I'm asking if anyone knows what goes on inside.
I think it's
There's certainly no public access or allowance into the building. It would only be for Verizon employees that already know they're going to the location. And that's more or less a sign that says, yeah, this is the door you want to go in. There's nothing around the side of the building. nothing out back, this is the one you're looking for.
Nick, I'm not 100% certain, but I seem to recall in prior years when I was looking at getting internet access for the company I worked for, that the Reading location was a demarcation point for a lot of the Verizon switching equipment and DSL lines, T1 lines, etc. So it's more housing equipment than people. I don't know if that impacts you or not.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm just saying the application says something like office building, so that's why I was asking the question. If not an office function, it doesn't matter whether it's employees or public going to it. The primary entrance for the building would have to be marked with Braille probably, but if it's just gear, you know, some sort of a gear house, then that's okay.
It's an industrial type of a situation, not office.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying what the application says. So. I don't have any other questions.
And is there in the strip mall that's where the other Bank of America and Staples are, is there not a Verizon location there in that mall?
I don't understand what that has to do with this.
Well, that was the question. If you're rebranding everything, will we be seeing that?
At this time, this is the only approval that we're looking for. You know, if things go on to, you know, different locations, that would be brought up in a separate situation.
Pam, because this is in the Business B district, they need a certificate of approval for the change of the sign.
I do
Oh.
believe the Walkersbrook location upgraded their sign 2 or so years ago. Whether that meets their current branding, I don't know, but they did update it recently.
All right, good, thanks for the clarification.
Question, is there going to be any lighting on this sign? I don't think there is any as of today.
No, sir, it's non-illuminated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I'm done.
you done? Any questions?
Any other questions?
None from me.
Okay,
Okay, I'll move that we approve the certificate of appropriateness for the sign permit application at 17 Linden Street for Verizon.
I will second.
all in favor?
Yes.
Excellent.
Great, thank you guys. Brian, I will get you that certificate this week.
That's really good. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, board. I appreciate your time.
No
Have a good
problem.
night.
Okay,
Okay.
We do need to wait until 8 o'clock for the next
that we
one.
will.
So this is hearing.
Yep.
But you could do a set of minutes maybe in the meantime, if you wanted to.
Which I did upload not till today, apologies, as I worked through them this morning. Though we did include the 11-1 meeting minutes and the 12-6 meeting minutes on the agenda.
Do we have a printout of those, or?
I did not, I can print them very quickly if you'd like.
While Andrew does that, perhaps some people could sign some documents.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, that's a good
let's
idea.
do that.
Great idea.
Sure can.
You guys would have all left tonight and I would have been like,
No, I mean, I've only done things in person, right?
Yep. I believe it's sign and date, Julie?
Mhm.
And there are two sets here?
there's 2 sets and there's multiple pages for each set.
Yeah, that's usually the best way to do it, just keep running through them. every page that needs it, but it's multiple pages. And then another set of plans.
These down.
Thank you, Andrew.
Andrew, the 11-1 minutes,
Yes.
page 7. Second to last paragraph, or the last full paragraph on the page.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Latham made commented.
Got rid of made. Thank you.
You're welcome. And that was it for 11-1 that I
Glad you
found.
made it that far.
Okay, these are ready for a second person.
Why don't you read and we'll sign.
Do that.
I'm sorry, I have a new job where I control a meeting and
Thank you, Tony.
Spill it over.
it'll spill over.
September and October ones we didn't. The rest after these ones. We should have time.
Our next meeting on the 16th, I will be there.
Yeah.
If you guys don't mind signing in the corner, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Just for the name of the dental place instead of the market.
Yes, yes, that's what it is. Yes.
Oh, so wait, you dropped her.
top of things.
Yep, exactly. Exactly, sorry.
So much
If you'd like to, go on ahead.
Totally.
There's a,
No, there's a
probably
special
marker.
thing you've got to use.
Yeah.
Then page 7 of 9 does not have a place for a signature.
Interesting. Okay. Jack was the change that. All of you sign in the corner. Yeah, please.
I don't know.
I know, it's been I think the last date on my
For us.
sign-in sheet was, yeah, my last sign-in sheet was dated like 2 years ago.
Is this your first meeting in 2 years?
No, we've had a handful and then reverted back to hybrid, or, yeah.
It was kind of like between Delta and Omicron, we had a few. And then
Yep.
back to just Zoom, and now we're like,
Microphone back there.
and now there's Delta
Yeah.
Cron and Omicron B2, whatever they are. I'm like, I can't even, but I still have a small child, so
Right.
I have to carry.
So that's the 3, that's all we need
For what?
to sign.
Nope, 3 people have signed, you don't have to sign anymore. And it's
Unless you
8
want
o'clock.
to, unless you want to.
We should check them before we go to make sure
Yeah,
Yes.
It's
yeah.
good.
we got all the
you have
Good
to
call.
remember that in case it's really late, we might not. Are you guys gonna finish with the minutes, or do you wanna just jump into the hearing?
I think we need to jump into the hearing.
Sure.
Right.
So Heather will need to read the legal ad.
please.
It's on the
The
screen.
minutes, let me pull it up.
One second.
Okay, notice is hereby given that under MGL Chapter 40A, Section 11, and under Section 10.5.13 of the Reading zoning bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public hearing on Monday, April 11th at 8 p.m. in person in the Select Board Meeting Room at Town Hall, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Mass., and through remote and online measures to consider an application for a major plan change to a development project approved under MGL Chapter 40R, submitted by 136 Haven Street LLC for property located at 136 Haven Street and 8 Sanborn Street, Assessors Map 16, Lot 380. A copy of the application and associated plans will be available to the public on the town website the Thursday prior to the meeting date. And then there's the Zoom meeting information. And if you have any questions, comments, or difficulty accessing the meeting, please email Andrew McNichol, staff planner, at amcnichol@ci.reading.ma.us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we have representatives here for the 136 Haven and Sanborn Street.
Mr. Good, Madam Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail, with offices at 607 North Avenue in Wakefield. Here representing the applicant with me is Hugo DiBiase, who was involved with the entity, and also Tom Connery, who's behind me. And our architect is David O'Sullivan. And I believe zooming in is Scott Cameron, who was our site civil engineer on this project, and also Paul DiBiase, who is principal of the project. We have many people here tonight for this management. If I may proceed?
Please.
Great, thank you. We're actually here tonight, as required by the planning department, requesting a change to our 40-hour approval for this project at 136 Haven Street, 8 Sanborn Street, known as the postmark development, the 40-hour project. In consultation with the planning department and town council, although what we believe we're asking for would be considered possibly a minor modification or minor change under your zoning bylaws, we all decided that it would be probably better practice to apply for it as a major change, because that gives everybody notice. The public, the abutters, some of the residents that live in Postmark all got notice. So instead of coming as a minor and having a debate on that tonight, whether it's minor or major, I think through Julie's suggestion, I think it was a good one to just do it as a major change to make sure everybody gets notified. So that's what we did. So notice has been given, published, and given to all interested parties as required by your bylaw and by Mass General laws. The change that we're requesting relates to the parking layout and what was from the fact that what was constructed on the site differs to some extent to what was referenced in the plans that were part of your decision. And that was pointed out by your planning department and stated that once we had a plan to proceed, we should come before your board for consideration of a change or modification. There's a number of reasons why there is a difference, and I think it's important to present those to your board. This wasn't just a haphazard, hey, we'll just change things because we think it's better, or we just feel we can do that. The real component that caused this was, I'm sure you're aware, this was a redevelopment project of an historic building in downtown Reading. On the Massachusetts in the Federal Register historic building. And part of this project involved the preservation of the existing building. So this project did not have the luxury of a clean slate like a lot of projects do. Just knock everything down and you know exactly what you're going to get and exactly what you're going to get built. So during the approval process, as you're aware, I'm sure, the plans are somewhat schematic. They're not construction quality plans, those come after the fact. So that's what happened on this project. And the biggest aspect of this in our case is what had to be done in the basement of this building to provide for part of the parking was excavation had to be done. And what happened during the excavation process, it was determined that the foundation wall that was below grade, once it was excavated, was actually closer in than what was shown above grade. So immediately, some inches were lost. And when you're dealing in a tight space, that has, that can have a dramatic impact. So I think that's important to understand. The second aspect was that ledge was encountered during the digging, which affected how the elevator shafts had to go in. This had peer review through building code, and so there were other aspects that affected and impacted exactly what could happen and what could fit. The third thing is, I think it's important to note is, and this might be our fault through the permitting process, we really set the bar higher than was required. Under your bylaw, interior or garage spaces only have to be 8 feet 6 inches wide. And we presented that ours were going to be 9 feet wide inside, even though that wasn't required. We presented that. That was noted on our plans. Our plans did not have dimensional tie lines on the parking spaces, but our site civil plan did have a note that those spaces were going to be 9 by 18. That was put on by our site civil. And also your condition referenced that they would be, and I think that was probably based on what was on our plans. So, but we kind of set the bar higher than what would normally be required. The fourth component is, I don't want to play the COVID excuse, but I have to reference that this project was built and under construction in the height of the pandemic. It was probably, I dealt with this. I did not permit this project originally, but I serve as corporate counsel to the DBRC, so I was involved in this as it went on. And, this project took time to build. Inspections were difficult. There were a lot of slowdowns and shutdowns during COVID. This was before the vaccines were available. So there was a lot of challenging components to the construction on this. Communication was limited. Town officials did a great job in the planning department. A lot of inspections had to be virtual on the iPads because, you couldn't go into confined spaces. There were contracting crews and different trades that could not be on the site at the same time, that could not communicate. So I just wanted to point that out because it is a true factor. I think it's important to note, despite all of those challenges and all of those kind of bumps in the road that we hit, because of the hard work of many people, including your board during the permitting process, the planning department, our professionals that did the permitting, our architect, our site civil, the result of this project is an award-winning mixed-use development in downtown Reading. And I don't know if you know this, and maybe the owners don't even know this, but the Postmark was honored, the recipient of the 2021 Gold Prism Award for Best Mixed-Use Community by the Builders Remodels Association of Greater Boston. And I'm going to read kind of part of the press release because I think it is important, because your board did put a lot of time on this project and your fingerprints are on it, as well as my clients. And what the press release states is the Prism Awards recognize the finest projects and outstanding achievements of builders, developers, and other professionals in the home building industry. The mixed-use community category demonstrates excellence in community design and includes any urban, suburban, or village development that blends a combination of uses including residential, commercial, cultural, institutional, or industrial. Judges considered the overall integration of a variety of different uses for the benefit of the community. The Postmark embodies the complexities of urban design and planning while preserving history, offering both luxury and affordable residential housing and recreating a new brand lifestyle. So I think it's good for the town, certainly good for my client, and good for the community and the residents that own there. It only adds to the value of what they bought. Since the requirement was placed on us when the planning department pointed out the discrepancies with the plans, I want to note that we've been working hard with the planning department and a number of unit owners, some of which are here tonight, regarding adjustments to the parking layout. This has been going on for months. To address the concerns as much as possible, and before we brought this before your board tonight, Unfortunately, as you might imagine, some of the options are somewhat limited because we can't make more space. You know, geometrically, we're dealing with our footprint and what our lot allows, so we've done that to the best of our ability. We have submitted a revised plan. We made a late revision today, which I think Hugo handed in to Andrew because the planning department astutely pointed out that they wanted us, we have presented to your board that the exterior parking spaces were fully compliant with the 9x18. And Andrew wanted us to measure those. He sent a note, just measure those. And originally there were 7 proposed compact spaces outside. On remeasurement this afternoon, we found that the 3 of those spaces still are not 9 feet wide. So they still would be categorized as compact, and we want to disclose that. We've revised the plan accordingly, and we've resubmitted that, and I think that possibly that could be brought up on the screen. I'd like to thank everybody for their patience with this. It's been a process, and thank the planning department for their help. I think you know from looking at the plan that although it reflects a reduction in total parking from 72 spaces to 70, it still exceeds the ratio required by your bylaw by 7 spaces. So we still have an excess of the 1.25 ratio by 7 spaces on, even with the changes that are being proposed. With the slight change that happened late this afternoon, the compact space numbers would go up from 33% to 35%, a modest increase. That's because of the 3 on the outside that we thought were compliant, but we found out today are not. I think at the end of the day, what we presented is a parking layout plan that works. And what we respectfully request is that you would approve this as a change to our 40R decision and grant the waivers that would be necessary to implement the parking on the plan that we provided in the spaces that are shown. We're happy to answer any questions. We have our consultants here and Hugo's here, so we're happy to entertain questions and to go over the plan further as you would deem necessary and helpful. So I hope that helps kind of give a little.
So do you have the specific list of waivers?
Yeah, I think it was in a draft decision that planning department put together. You got that?
Right to the decision?
But I did want to know what the
Yeah,
waivers
they're
were
in the draft
before I
decision.
open it up.
Yeah, they're in the draft decision.
Yeah.
On page 4 out of, I believe, 5.
Really requesting that a certain number of spaces, 4, be less than 8 feet in width. Does that sound right, Julie?
That's right, within the garage.
And then removing 2 spaces, I mean, that's not a waiver, but that would just be part of the change. Because we still meet the ratio.
Okay. Any other comments from the team presenting? At this point, I'd like to open it up to any of the abutters, residents, etc.
You guys first, like you normally do.
Are there comments from this crew, from the board?
And not at this time. I think in this case, hearing from the abutters first might be useful.
I think so. So if you have any comments, are you from the development? Yes, if you would please stand and come, I think there's a spot marked. Is there,
Should be, the tape might have gotten moved.
You can,
The tape is gone.
tape is gone.
When I let them sit here, would that be helpful?
No.
Actually standing like right between these two, right there is good, yeah.
Okay, my name is Mary Parr. I'm a resident in unit 1011. I have one of the non-conforming spots. And I must say, when I did not originally sign for this, my children spoke to the realtor and who assured them and said that, you know, because of parents' disabilities, it needs to be accessible. And they said, well, it's a compact, but it will be accessible from both sides. And the fact of my husband's demise does not diminish the need for ability to get into the car on both sides. I have a condition pre-existing that does not prevent my driving. I couldn't get a pilot's license because I'm monocular. But I find that not being able to access through the passenger side is more than a slight handicap. I have a car seat in there. My dog has learned to jump in on his side, but I have a car seat, and I no longer am licensed to practice pediatrics in Massachusetts, but I'm retired. But I still haven't figured out a way to get a 3-year-old in there. I mean, with the dog, I used to tie him up to the post across the way. You know what? I don't think I can do that with the 3-year-old. It's really quite difficult. We probably have,
You need to address the board, thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So the problem that you have, is it with the width of the parking space, or are there?
Yes, it's partly the width. It's only 2 inches shy. And I know that the support beam had to be added because as my geophysicist and husband would say, you know, due diligence, it should have looked down. Reading's an old town. It's looked on 4 rivers, and you know, there's a lot of granite and stuff out there. Ledge.
Right. Okay.
But
So have you been able to discuss this with the developer, and have they given you any
feedback
or any
No, of course
modification as to another location where you may park?
Well, I know that they, you know, everything is deeded.
Okay.
And the only thing I heard was indirectly, you could have measured it during the walkthrough. Yeah, sure. I remember the day very well. And the realtor saying, you know, you won't get any feedback, and there nothing's, you know, negotiable. This is what I asked later when I found it. You know, my daughter said, "Look, you got to do this."
Sorry, so your space is not one of the accessible spaces?
My space is 2 inches shy. It's not 8 feet.
Are you space 47? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
Just
one.
for everyone who has plans in front of them.
Okay.
So when I say accessible, I actually mean one of the HP spaces. That's what I was.
Say
Yeah,
again,
which
Nick?
would require an aisle next to it, a loading aisle.
You mean one of like the official?
Like an ADA.
Yeah.
20 or 19 on this plan that I can see.
He has to shoot.
I
Accessible
use.
space, I assume the aisle between them is the loading aisle.
I frankly, because I have another handicapped person that I drive around, and she has a lot of, I have a placard, but it's not good. She lives in another state. I'm going to pick her up from school and bring her down. And so I have a placard from New Hampshire, and I use it when I bring that child down. And I have been known to use it otherwise, like, you know, with the 3-year-old. I have used it a couple of times. He lives in Reading, but, you know, you can't get him in, he can't buckle himself.
What's the requirement for handicap spaces? Is it 5% in this development? Does the architect know that answer?
We were required with the 72 spaces to have 3 handicapped. We put 2 in the garage and 1 outside.
I believe it's,
No. Go ahead.
I believe it's for 50 to 75 spaces.
Yeah, it has to
It
do with the
requires
number.
3, yeah, there's a chart on
It's
based
not a
off of the-
percentage, it's based on a chart, size of parking.
And so, this plan, the compact spaces that are less than 8 feet wide, this would not change that?
Correct.
And that's one of yours.
One of them is mine. and
Yeah.
If I can add, is a private condo association, this is not public parking in this garage. So we have to provide, the associations has to be able to provide reasonable accommodations to folks that need handicap parking spaces. So if those aren't being used, they can be allocated. We've let this park in one of the spaces. We don't have an issue with that. So that's been conveyed to her. The ability to park.
It hasn't.
Correct.
No, it has not been conveyed to me. In fact, I have asked, I believe through Cpdc, whether they got any feedback from DiBiase's.
Have you been parking in a handicap space?
Usually very occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have an issue. I don't think anyone's gonna make an issue with that.
Okay.
So,
And then there's just the resale unit with the parking spot.
Can you speak up and please direct the board?
Sure. Then there's always the resale value of my unit with the non-compliant spot. If someone wants to buy a less than compact, how many people have compact cars?
That was another question that I had.
You know, I look down there and I go, whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to maneuver those vehicles in. I'm getting fairly good with maneuvering.
Okay, I'm not sure we're able to solve your immediate problem.
Mhm.
They have, as they've indicated, allowed you to use ADA spaces, but that's not going to work in terms of your resale if the size of your space is non-compliant.
Mhm.
Is there anything that you can do to remark those lines and give her more space?
So the 4 spaces that we're talking about, that are kind of hatched a little bit on that plan, we basically have, the ones up on the top, one of them is 710, one of them is 711 and a half. It's basically column cover to column cover. There was a suggestion because some of the column covers were ordered by the contractor oversized. Of possibly, we did explore this with the building department, of trying to correct some of these spaces because our drawings had called them all out as 1'2". Some of them are anywhere from 1'2" to 2 feet because of the way the contract. Those, I think on hers are basically the total is 3 inches over between the 2 spaces. So the 710 is face of column to face of column at the very edge, tightest part on those down there. Hers, the one 47 and 48 next to each other is 710. On, you know, it's basically divided in the middle. So those are, 2 inches under each of them from what the town requires for 7 as 8-foot compact spaces. There are several towns around that have 7.6 compact spaces, so it's not, from a standpoint, I think, as a marketability from her point of view, many towns have 7.6 as their requirement for.
But that's not Reading, so we'll
It's
just
not,
stick with
but-
what we've
But I'm
got.
just saying, from a marketability, I think that people don't always expect 8 feet in a compact space.
If I can just add, just to clarify too, so the dimension, so you see where it says 710 above 47 and 48. To the left and right, just a little bit up, you see there's a dimension 1'4" and 1'3". That's the measurement of the steel column coming down and then the concrete encasement that wraps that for protective reasonings.
We had discussed with the building department in some cases where we have some that are even more egregious widths of cutting the concrete to provide additional clearance. The building inspector had a concern over that would hurt the integrity of the concrete encasement and did not want us to do it, and I understand 100% his position on that. So we did explore that possibility to correct some of these things, but it did not seem like a feasible way of doing it.
Comments from the board,
Well, I
responses?
guess, and I wasn't on,
Yeah,
so
we-
go ahead, Nick, because I have a question, but you may have a
I thought we were
separate question.
soliciting comments from the abutters or residents or
Yeah.
whatever. Are we gonna continue to do that so
I'll
we can
hold
get
my
some
questions,
from them?
yeah.
We are. Thank you. Please.
I'm Paulette Bouchard, and I have space number 49. And my comment is that I began questioning the issue with my parking space the day I moved in, January 27th of a year ago. And my comment is that and luckily, my situation has been resolved, so I'm glad that that is happening. But truthfully, I think if the developer had listened and explored the issues that Barbara and I raised at the beginning, we wouldn't have had to go through a 1.5 year long process that caused a lot of stress. And basically, it became a part-time job for me to correspond with Julie, document everything, and I just feel there was no excuse for it. That's my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Matt Gaines. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Marcus Rico, and I actually represent Paulette Bouchard, the last speaker. And I just want to, and Paulette can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just want to let you know that as far as space 49 is concerned, the redrawn space here of 9 feet with the elimination of space 50 does satisfy your parking needs. My only follow-up comment is that, and I did speak to the developer's attorney, Brian McGrail, about this, in that, and perhaps it should be noted in the decision, that some type of amendment to the condominium documents will need to be recorded to put on record this new floor plan. So, and again, I did talk to the developer's attorney about it, and we agreed this could probably be done by a special amendment, just signed by the declarant. But I just think that maybe it might be good to actually put that right in the decision, that the declarant will record special amendments to the condominium documents with the new floor plan for the basement level.
You're in agreement with that?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Point well taken.
Yep, we understand, yeah.
Okay. Please.
State
your name.
My name is Barbara O'Leary, and I purchased space 50. And I was told via email that it was a tight space, but it was workable. And I said, well, I have a mini, how much smaller can you get? And then when Paulette moved in and we parked next to each other, we realized this is not workable. So it took a year and 3 months to resolve this. I had suggested a long time ago, trade me an outdoor space. I knew there were outdoor spaces. And they resisted, they threatened, they told me to cease and desist talking to my fellow condo owners. And as Paulette said, it was stressful. So in the notes on page 3, it says that I was relocated during construction to the current area. So I now have a space, number 62, outdoors. And I finally got to sign the deed last month. And it says proposed solution, owner of space 50 provided with an outdoor parking space. I paid $20,000 for the space indoors. That's it.
Okay, any other comments from the abutters or the residents?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Yes,
My name's Eric Grava, and I own unit 5002. And when I purchased my unit pre-construction, I bought parking space 39. And after signing paperwork, when we tried to fit our vehicles in, me and my girlfriend, in 39, we realized it was very, very tight. So I reached out to the Dibiase team, and they got right on it, and they took care of it. And they got me another spot inside, which worked perfectly. So I was very happy with the way they handled my situation. And they also opened up a bigger spot for 38, who was next to us. So overall, I was very happy with the way they handled my parking situation.
thank you very much. Is there
Thank
anybody
you.
else on Zoom who has a hand raised? No? No.
We did receive correspondence from one owner. It was in the, should have been in the drive, right?
Yep.
This is what, Jan? Should I read that into? Let's see. Hi, Julie. We did not receive this by USPS, so I thank you for sending this. Our mailing address is 62, is that the one?
It is, she hadn't received the legal notice, but I believe she got it maybe a day or two later.
Okay, our spot is number 37. Seems to be a cluster here. If I understand, there is not a proposed change to this spot, only to the two to the left. What is she referring to?
35, 36, 37. So there's a cluster of 3. She's referring to the 2 to the left of that.
Honestly, it is extremely hard to get into this space. And there is a metal support on the right side, so a passenger cannot get out, even if I can squeeze into the space. What's the dimension on 37?
8 feet 4 inches.
Okay. Okay, my fear with this meeting is that there may be a petition to take a few inches off of a space that already can hardly be used. My current tenant has been unable to pull into the space and has had to rent a space outside but close to Postmark. We paid $30,000 for an extra space, and then we have to take an adjustment in rent due to the parking situation. Not good. I will do my best to zoom in. So is Jan not present?
I don't think she's here.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Jan Triglione. So that's a total of 4 residents who have problems getting in and out of their vehicles. Okay, that being stated, any other response,
I have one response.
please?
It's very interesting what Eric Grava said, because his situation was analogous to Barbara and my situation, the exact same dimension, and his got resolved apparently very quickly.
Interesting.
Excuse me?
Yes, who's that?
This is Eric Grava.
Yep,
I think my spot had obstructions in it. on the wall, there was obstructions. I don't know the exact measurements, and I can't speak for other people. But because of the obstructions, they got rid of that spot to open up the spot next to me. For, I think it was spot 38 who was next to me. So they could get in easier. And so I didn't have that situation.
You're saying yes, so please
So,
respond.
David O'Sullivan, yes. Yes, his spot, actually, there's an obstruction due to the structure of the elevator that narrowed his space, not the entire length, but narrowed it at a point tight, and his was only 7'3".
Okay.
So his was
Yeah, so
really
I don't
unusable
know the
space.
exact measurements of other people's spot, but I know that particular spot
It's unclear.
that had an obstruction, and that's when the DiBiase team did step in and they took care of my situation.
So his was a 7'3" space, which was
7'3".
undersized from anything else in the entire building.
And are these compact spaces that you have?
Mine was, yes.
Yours was. I'm talking to the
Both
three
of ours
women.
were. Yes, both of ours were.
And do you have compact sized cars?
No.
Yes.
Well, actually mine is a compact, yes.
But you have problems getting in and out of yours.
Yes, oh, you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Yes, we did. We had to, it was very difficult. I had to back into my slot, going the wrong direction, the wrong pathway in the garage. And it was, and my navigation into my spot was also compromised by the fact that it was opposite the elevator building or part. And I just could not get enough of a swing to be able to get into my spot without hitting Barbara's car. So ultimately, I kind of had to do this roundabout thing, and even then, it was very stressful backing into that every time.
Any comments from the board? Response to this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna seem that I don't care about the residents here in this, but I guess I'm trying to figure out what it is we can do and what it is we need to do here, because as the applicant said, we can't make any more space. I find it amusing that the two developments in Reading that claim to be the best ever in Reading have the most parking problems. So that's really funny to me. So what can we do here? If we were to accept their modifications, their plan is still in compliance, right? They say they're over the number, they're over 125 for the ratio. If they'd come in with that plan originally, it probably would have been approved. So unless we want to sit here and try to play this puzzle game and try to figure out better parking for them, I don't know what else we can do. You know, the residents are going to have to take it up with the condo association and sue if they have to, if they're not getting what they paid for. But from a site plan perspective, what is it that we can do here?
Well, I think the biggest issue is the 4 spots that are under 8 feet.
Yeah.
So I guess my question to the developer is, I know you've got more than the 1.25 at this point in time. Exactly how many more, and is it possible, is there a different configuration where you would remove a space or two and those would be expanded? So you would have.
They're 7 over, according to them, they're 7 over, but if we took away 2 spaces to make those purple ones, you know, apply, the question becomes, are they, I'm trying to see where the columns are in this plan, because it's not really readable.
It's directly between the columns. There's column to column.
Is it, tell me what's happening between 19 and 20, is there a column in that area where the 2 handicap spots are? I mean, are you better off making the 2 purple areas individual handicap spaces and then putting 3 regular sized spaces there?
I think that we'd have an issue with the board if 47 and 48 down the bottom. No, maybe not, because we have the other door to the elevator. I think there's a column, though, isn't there a column?
Well, there's
right by-
a cost, cross brace, is it?
No,
what
no,
you're talking about?
no, I'm just saying, over on the handicapped, I can't remember, yeah, Nick, there is, between the accessible space and the 8'10", where you see number 19 and the kind of pathway
Oh,
for
yeah,
the
yeah,
accessible, there
there's
is a column
The
there.
column comes down right there.
But there's nothing towards the old building on that one that's 8'10". So those, you can see one of the handicapped is measures 8'10", the way it's striped, but it obviously only needs to be 8 feet for code. And then we have the column and then the accessible space. So if you took those two spaces, you could make those technically 9-foot spaces, each of those. And then the two handicap could meet, because only one of them needs to be van accessible. So one of them could be, but it has to be 8 and 8. So you still wouldn't, the problem is between the columns, you're still 2.5 inches short for the 8 and 8 handicapped. So one of them could be, because you only need a 5-foot path on one of the handicap spaces by code, but the van accessible one, we'd still be about 2.5 inches short.
Yeah, no, I see that. I was hoping that there wasn't anything in between those three and we could pick up pick up 3 regular spots and then move the handicap ones.
Yeah, it's that same column line that, basically that column line there is where we lost a few inches because of the foundation issue with the old building.
And my only other question is, you've eliminated 2 spaces. I don't know how many spaces are available still for sale, or are they all sold at this point?
Yeah, all the spaces are sold or under agreement to be sold.
So I have a comment.
Yes.
So it's my understanding that one of the units had 3 spaces. And the owners of the units said that they indicated they did not need that 3rd space, and they were told that that's the way it is with that unit. So I just offer that.
So, yeah, so what we, maybe a little bit of background and clarity on the condo sale process a bit. So again, this is a condominium form ownership project where with each unit came 1 parking space, exclusive use deed to that unit. It was all on a first come, first served basis. So if you're the first person to put in a reservation back in before COVID time, then there was people started picking and we started picking parking spaces for those units as we moved along. The second and third spaces were up to the individual unit owners if they wanted to purchase them. There was a price set, and if they offered to pay that price, then they would have the chance to buy 1. And if they wanted to buy 2, they could buy 2 additional spaces for a total of 3. So I think in at least one instance, off the top of my head, I know of someone that has purchased 3. And I think there are several unit owners that have purchased, that own 2. And so what we did was by moving around some of the parking for certain units, actually the last person who purchased that postmark had to get an outside space because we were moving spaces around to satisfy some of these issues that were coming up. So there were additional outside spaces for sale that no one wanted after we had all of our buyers, and then we ended up having to move 1 for Eric. We had to move 1 for Miss O'Leary, and so then there were only 2 left, and that's being incorporated into the commercial side of the development. And it's because it's a condo form ownership compared to some other projects where they're rental. There's a lot more flexibility. There's no requirement from a purchase standpoint of a certain type of vehicle. So while there are some compact cars parking in compact spaces, there's some oversized SUVs parking in compact spaces. And that's true today too.
If I can just add, I feel bad for the delay, people are talking about the delay. This was a process to look at. There's so many factors that go into this. People have mortgages on their units, so when you try to transfer spaces, you've got to get, you've got to deal with lenders that would have to release their security on that and take, so there's moving parts, and then the geometry part, when we recognized this issue, we wanted to look at this to figure out how we could make it better for everybody. So we're trying to deal with people individually, but then you have to look at everything and say, how did, to have David spend time on it and Scott and say, how can we, as your board member was saying, to look at this and try to figure out the way it can work best for everybody. So that took a lot of time, and that was some of the delay. The other thing I want to point out is, in an effort to resolve this, my client has foregone the financial aspects of spaces that they've given up. Like for the person that went outside, they just, that they lost a space. So when the space got lost, they absorbed that. So now, so they in an effort to resolve it, it wasn't a financial issue. They gave up that opportunity to sell that space to make it work for what's going on. So the effort has been here. It hasn't been shunned. It's been hit. It's been dealt with in a timely fashion when you look at the whole component on everything that's gone on here. We're here before you today to get it resolved. The sooner this gets resolved, the better it is for everybody, including the unit owners, because you don't like hanging chads on projects. You want to get them closed out for people to finance and sell and keep them marketable and keep the values up.
I have a quick question. Are the handicap spots also sold and deeded, or that's where you have flexibility? And
Correct.
that's
So,
where-
yeah, so the original decision actually contemplated that, where if you look at the parking section of the 40-yard decision, it speaks to, I can read it, but it's in as much as it's a condominium form, then that the use and assignment of parking spaces is up to the declarant, which would be 136 Haven Street LLC, and then to the future condominium board. So if and how it works at other developments here and other towns and cities is that if someone were to require the use of a handicap space, then they could request that from the board of trustees, and the board of trustees could grant them that, with the caveat that should you sell, right? Should you sell and the next person not require that they would go back to that previous spot. So, for instance, if we were to move someone from space 10 to a handicap space, 10 would stay open. It wouldn't produce a then open space for someone else to use. But it would allow someone to use it in their current ownership of the.
I get it, that helps me understand what's going on.
So those handicap spaces will go to the association.
Right.
And it's in their control to use and assign and reassign them.
I'm also just thinking about, okay, yeah, what's our purview, what can we do to approve and help fix the problem as best as we can compared to what is the condo association's realm? Which is why I asked, I was concerned about that one spot.
I mean, we'll.
Is every spot in the garage claimed at this point, other than the handicap spots?
And the two that we're proposing to eliminate. 30, 39 and 50. And again, so for instance, 49 and 50, we propose to widen 49 to 9 feet by restriping. And then that remaining space would be
7 feet or so.
Owned by the condo association. But, it would be up to them to repurpose if that's something that they wanted down the road or not, in terms of bike storage or other additional storage or something like that, or maybe just leave it open.
The same with.
And the same with 39. We have also worked, for instance, the 30 at space 3 and 5, actually the 1969 basement. We have maneuvered the angle of attack or the entrance, and we worked with a couple of the previous owners that we actually got in their car and helped them park it and showed them how to do it. And then we actually had to restripe a bit just to make it a little bit easier. Didn't change the width, it just changed the angle of in which you would drive in and out. And we've done similar exercises, myself, Paul, meeting with various homeowners and on site in the parking garage and trying to come up with general solutions. So.
The other thing, we're talking on space 11, we're talking a half inch is what we're asking for. Space 10, we're asking for 2 inches. And then the two down below are each 2 inches. So as much as they have trouble getting out of spaces, if they were 8 feet, that probably would not make a big difference on getting at both sides of your car if you had 2 inches more. So we understand it's a problem and it's below the requirements of the town. But when you look at the, it's not far out of construction tolerance, unfortunately, because we had only enough room to be 8 foot of space in the original plan.
Well, can I ask you about space 11?
Excellent, yes?
Is there a wall on the left-hand side of it?
No.
No, there is a column with a cross brace that goes across between that and space 12,
There are no walls.
between any spaces, but there's cross bracing.
Correct.
The dotted, extra dotted line that you see between some of the spaces,
Yeah.
that's a cross bracing for structure in the building.
So it's
From floor to ceiling?
It goes at an angle.
Like an X.
It's an X brace.
Yeah, so it's floor to ceiling. So technically, you're right, it's not 100% wall.
Right.
But it's not also an extra 2 inches that you can open your door into the other person's
I
space.
don't believe they're the same width. They aren't the same width as the column covers, so there is actually a couple extra inches there. In other words, the column cover between 11 and 12 is 1'3". That's the concrete. The steel cross brace is probably an inch or two narrower than that at least.
You can show the concrete casing that talks about this.
Right, but it's like parking right next to a wall in this, in effect.
Right, but you're asking is there an extra couple inches, and I believe there is a couple inches beyond what we're at the throat.
But usually when you have multiple spaces near each other, car 1 takes up 8 spaces, 8 feet, leaving you 3 inches on both sides. Car 2 takes up 8 feet, leaving 3 inches on both sides, which gives you 6 inches across from car to car to open your door.
Right, but these are compact, which would be 8 feet to start with. So,
Okay, so if your car's 7'6", still the math works.
right,
The point
no,
is
I
that you
understand
can
your
go
math.
into the other spot, but when you have the cross braces, you can't. So even putting compact spaces there is even worse scenario, because now I don't have that little extra space that I would be even if you had 2 compacts next to each other. So between 11 and 10, there's an extra space where one car is parked and the other's parked. If they're not opening the doors at the same time, you can get a little extra space.
right, 10 has no brace next to it though. 10 does not have a brace there at all.
Okay.
So it is between 11 and 12, so it's down kind of the center of the building. There's a brace there. And that is in all, as you walk down the building, it's everywhere along there.
And so 47 has that brace and basically.
46 to 47 has the brace too, yes. But not between 48 and 49.
I'll just say that I've definitely been in situations where 2 inches makes a difference depending on the size of your door. So the only way to, somebody asked if all spaces are claimed. I guess another question, I'm just curious, are all spaces used? Is there any, or am I hearing that the only way to get another space and get and turn the, basically get 8 feet out of every single compact space is to take away from retail parking? Is that the only, did I hear you say
Well,
that the
take away
only?
2 spaces in the garage. The only way to correct the 711 and a half or the 710 is to take away 2 spaces in the garage, because we're limited by column cover to column cover of concrete.
And there's no more outdoor spaces?
Well, I mean, it would be eliminating 2 in the entire development. Whether there were or not, it still would be eliminating 2 more spaces.
To Heather's point, did I hear you say that there are remaining unclaimed spaces, but they're being repurposed for retail?
No, so there's, they're not unclaimed, they're owned by 136 Haven Street LLC, who has an agreement to sell them to a different entity, that happens to be my office.
Which occupies one of the
Commercial space.
commercial spaces.
That's interesting.
And there was, going back to the purchase of these units, if there was availability for parking, in a transaction, the availability were given to, you could purchase a second outside space or a second inside space. Different spaces, where, you know, a majority of the spaces around the perimeter are the ones that we gave to that first unit, to the space was to the unit's first space. And then the ones in the middle, were the ones that were some extra spaces that were left. And those are the ones that people, opted to purchase for an additional price. And that's how those transactions happen.
Anybody? I'm not sure we can move forward on this plan until we get the concerns of these abutters resolved.
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay, go ahead, Dick.
I think all we need to do is make sure that they comply with whatever our regulations are. Whether they have an internal issue, this is the same as what's happening at Johnson Woods, right? They have an internal private issue between the condo association or whoever the owner is and the residents, then they have to resolve that in a civil situation, not here. Where's the attorney that, Mr. Gaines? You agree?
Well,
We have no purview over settling claims between residents and the condo association, provided the condo association complies with whatever regulations we have set up.
But isn't that the issue, that they don't comply? The
Uh,
regulation says they have to have 8 feet spaces and they don't.
How many spaces?
8 of the spaces have to be 8 feet wide, correct? Isn't that the regulation?
They were granted a waiver for a certain number of compact spaces, and that's the issue at hand probably.
This is a question I have, and I apologize, I
Kind
was
of
not
looking to you,
around during
sorry.
the initial approval for this.
Nor
But I think what's giving me trouble here is, are we being asked to approve compact spaces that are less than our regulations that weren't approved as such before? So were the 7-foot 10-inch compact spaces, were those given a waiver before? Right, okay, that's
the additional waiver.
so what we're being asked to do now is to allow compact spaces that are narrower than our regulations require when we know that's causing problems for at least one resident. Have I got that right?
That and the reduction of 2 spaces.
And the reduction of 2 spaces in order to make 2 spaces wide enough.
The request is for a waiver for those 4 spaces, 1 for a ½ inch, 3 of them for 2 inches.
And one of them that is, where we're asking for a waiver of 2 inches is right up against a wall where you don't have like little room over like a line that you might have if it were an open space.
Two, I believe.
Well, yeah, the one that was, one of the ones at 710, but yes.
One's 1 inch, one's 1 inch, and one's a ½ inch, and the other's 2 inches.
You want to, I can share the turning movement plan that you submitted
Sure.
tonight. if
Sure,
you
so
would like to.
we at the our development team and staff planners have obviously talked about this at length. One of the recommendations by the town planning staff was to engage with the original traffic consultant for this project and to take the current conditions and to model compact passenger vehicle maneuverability in and out of each of these spaces. And they present their findings here that that these spaces, the 4 of them, so this would be 10 and 11, and then this is them on the backing in side. And then we also have pulling in review that these compact cars do fit into these spaces as is. So the functionality, the use of parking a vehicle, according to our traffic consultant, using these various maneuver approaches demonstrates that vehicles can pull in and pull out of these spaces. And then we have
We have a video also to show how you can maneuver into these spaces.
So we took-
Can you show that, Andrew? Is that something that you can?
space number 10, which you guys will see in this video, is should be, I think it's number 7 in that. So here's a non-compact SUV, a BMW X5. So that is a mid to large size SUV. And so that's space 11.
What space is that pointing into?
Space number 10.
And actually, when you look at that video too, you can see the cross brace a little bit. So there is extra room by the cross brace to get the door
I
open
see what you're saying.
somewhat too, you know. So it's not a solid, it's not like it's a solid wall, but it is, you know, you have to.
We just wanted to show you that, the space works.
The owner has it.
I'd like to say something.
Yes, please.
I find it interesting that you've hired a consultant after the fact. Maybe you should have hired someone before in development to make sure you could provide spaces that are compliant. And I also find it interesting that you said, Mr. DiBiase, that you helped people with parking and showing them different maneuvers, et cetera. Yet, when Paulette and I met with him and his crew, it was implied that we didn't know how to drive. Have you tried to back in? Really? We're grown women. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Actually, I know the owner of, I think it's 10, that has space on one side. She has a tiny little car. She's not here. She hasn't complained that I know of. You know, I don't know about the person next to her, but they also have a rather small car, and I don't think they objected. And I'm the one that, I'm here and I've had no real feedback. I have had no feedback.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
So let me, I'm just trying to think through what we can do here. They want to reduce the number of parking spaces. We would have to As long as they still comply with the regulations for the number of parking spaces, that is something we could take up. They're asking for a waiver on the size of several compact spaces, correct? That's what this change is about?
Correct.
What we could do is decide whether the changes we're making, the reduction in parking essentially, makes the remaining spaces better. Regardless of whether the subcompact spaces are, and we would have accepted originally, is this change overall better? It doesn't sound like everyone in the development's gonna get everything they need at least immediately from this change, but I think that's what's before us.
So Nick,
There's no changing those subcompact spaces. There's nothing that can be done there other than reducing more parking, right?
right,
So we could take away 2 more spaces and then they have, you know, more than, larger than required parking spaces.
Yeah, but then 2 unit owners aren't gonna have parking spaces.
I'm sorry, that was muffled. Who said that?
Sorry, then
What
two
was that?
unit owners would not have parking spaces, because you.
Correct.
So.
Correct, I'm just sort of like walking it down, right? We take away 2 more spaces, now we've got 2 remaining spaces that are larger, but that's a disservice to the people who are losing those 2 spaces now. So, you know, we could sit here and look at this plan again. Frankly, I think that maybe the management office should give up their large space if they have a large space, and they should take one of these small ones.
yeah.
And
Yeah,
we have 2 unit owners in 9 and 10 that are not worried about their spaces, that one is half inch under and one is 2 inches under. Really, the issue becomes down to 47 and 48 where the real problems.
Well, and have you considered taking the ones that are, you know, about, maybe it sounds like about to be purchased for the outdoor space and swapping spaces, so that the person who bought a space that they thought was going to be at least 8 feet, what that thought was going to be 8 feet, in fact is getting what they thought they purchased. I will lay it out there, I agree that for the spaces where spaces are being removed and another space is being made wider, that's great. Approving the entire package when, I know you've gone, when there may be the potential to swap spaces, I'm having a hard time basically asking to basically retroactively approve a waiver for compact spaces that don't seem to be working.
So I guess, Heather, just let me say one thing, I think the solution of what Nick is saying is that we could switch, the developer could make a decision to switch indoor versus outdoor. That still doesn't change the fact that we have no physical ability to increase in half inch to 2 inches on those spaces. So it doesn't change our request.
Yeah.
And then it basically is more an internal thing, as Nick was saying, as Michael Gaines was saying, it's an internal thing for condo owners to deal with. So we have racked our brains and tried to look at every which way to do this, and came out with this, which was of asking you for the least possible thing that we had no other solution for. And the related of making them happy versus getting an outdoor versus indoor is really a condo association thing, not a board thing.
Establish that.
Then perhaps the condo association needs a representative here so they can discuss it.
Don't have one yet.
So who's running the condo association?
The LLC.
Who's running the LLC?
137th Street is the declarant of the condo association.
And 136 LLC does not have a physical presence. Who is running 136 LLC?
Physical presence here,
Yes.
so I'm representative of that.
Okay, so you are in charge
Yeah.
right now of all the spaces.
Mhm.
And there's an agreement between them and your other company to sell 2 spaces, correct?
So I'm not in control of all the spaces. I'm in control of spaces that have not been exclusively deeded out to third-party purchasers. Correct.
Is one of those third-party purchasers another business that you own or control?
It is an entity that has a related interest.
Okay. So you could, in theory, arrange with that related entity and the condo 136 LLC to kind of manipulate the numbers or manipulate the spaces to solve this problem.
I'm gonna defer to you and probably say this is a private matter now.
Well, I don't know about that, because we've got other investors in those entities, so it's not, you can't speak for everybody involved. You have the authority to do that.
But it still wouldn't change the waiver, is what I'm saying.
Correct, but I would be more likely to grant a waiver if I knew who it was impacting, as opposed to it's impacting people who have already made statements to the effect that they've got a problem. As you said, positions, is it 9 and 10? Or 10 and 11?
Yes, 9 and 10.
10 and 11? They're not complaining. They seem to be satisfied with whatever you've done. The problem is the other two spaces are not. So if you could come up with a way to make them happier, maybe not 100% satisfied, but some way that they could get to a point where they would be satisfied with the result, I would be more inclined to grant the waiver.
So one of them was the person that's now using the handicap space, which is one, I don't know whether you're at 47 or.
I'm in 47.
47.
With
Right, okay.
Rusty.
So 47 is now going to be using, they've granted her permission to use the handicap space for accessibility, which essentially leaves 47 open
Okay,
at present, which now allows 48 to intrude a little bit if they need to.
48 they're very nice, and they can open doors on both sides. And so I'm using my spot. It's just-
But you don't have to, is what we're saying. It's like
I-
they can
I don't
grant you
have-
that permission.
There are certainly times when I cannot use it, when I'm using.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying that they're willing to grant you, under the way the condominium is written, permission for while you live there to use the other space, which solves her problem. There is no problem. 48 is not here with any problem. 49 has already talked to you that they fix it by the elimination of the space. So I guess that they've done what they can to resolve the one remaining person
Yeah.
that has an issue.
so I will ask you, ma'am, have you been notified by the condo association that you can use the accessible spots?
No, I have had no feedback whatsoever since the issue first came up with the measurements, I believe, shortly after I moved in. Yes, Paulette made them up.
That was the question I had. So
Yes, I don't, I'm not gonna get a handicap for myself.
I understand.
Yeah, and I will mostly use the spot because of,
Well, what they're saying is that the condo association will allow you to use the handicap spot without the placard. Is that
When I
a
need
correct
it.
assumption that I'm making here?
Correct.
Okay,
And that needs to be in
So-
writing.
it would need to be in writing,
Needs to be in
absolutely.
writing.
It'd come on official letterhead from the trust as the trustee.
So you could use
permission to use that.
the handicap spot to park
okay,
until you're selling the unit.
yes.
So that will solve your immediate problem.
Mhm.
As for resale value, I'm going to assume that values in Reading are still gonna skyrocket. So I've been looking, trust me, for the last year and a half, they've just exploded. So I believe
I
you will
sold my
get
house.
your money plus some
Yes.
back.
Indeed.
Would that be an acceptable solution for you? If you could use the handicap spot?
Yes, it would.
Okay,
Excellent.
you can get that done? Okay, and you'll get back to us if you don't get the response that you're looking for within 10 days, 10 business days? Yep,
We can work on it this week.
We'll put it in the draft decision.
Put it in as a condition.
Sure, yeah, if you want to put it in as a condition,
Perfect.
you know, that we circulate the final document executed to planning
Okay.
staff, we wouldn't have
so
a
that
problem.
resolves that problem for you.
That problem.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, and in the meantime, 49 therefore gets a little extra space, so they can be notified that they can use a little extra part of your space. Does that work for you, ma'am? What do you?
It works fine.
Okay, good. All right, given that, I would propose that we make a motion to grant the requested waivers on the conditions that the owner of spot 47 for the, I don't know how to word it, but for this iteration of ownership is allowed to use the handicap.
Due to her need for accessibility.
Due to her need for
Friendly
accessibility.
amendment gets permission in writing that she's allowed
Yes.
to do that.
Is there one space, would you prefer 19 or 20, or does it? Doesn't matter.
Closest to the
The
elevator.
closest to the elevator or the one just a little bit further?
Well, is there a spot that's required for loading?
They both meet that.
Okay.
They both meet that because of how you could both use the, what's in between them,
Okay.
yeah.
I just want to make sure that,
There's some 20,
Yeah, the second one over.
okay.
The second one over is probably the better one for her because there's no column or no other intrusions.
Okay.
It's an easier turn in.
So that's space number 20 for the record.
You know, I want to caveat this, so the condominium has an obligation to provide handicap parking to people that need it. So, you know, I just want to put this on the table, that if 3 people moved in that had handicap placards, we could have an issue with this. I want to be upfront with that, because we need to be able to provide that handicap parking, so if 3 people bought, if we had a need for those, for handicapped folks that needed it, we could have to make that open.
Can I ask a question?
Good.
It's largely out of curiosity. What would happen if 4 people moved in who had handicap placards?
That's a good question, you
Yeah,
know,
The building code.
Same problem,
yeah,
right?
well,
So what happens is the building code does not work on worst case. It has come up with standards given certain number of parking spaces and the average number of handicap that are needed. And that's set forth in Massachusetts building code. So I know that, I don't think in the 40 years I've been working, there's ever been a condominium that needed more than 1 or 2 handicap, never has exceeded meeting the number of spaces that were provided under the code.
And we
And most times don't even use the first one.
yeah, and as of today, as of now, with 50 unit owners living and occupying outside of Ms. Parr's requests and needs, that we haven't had a formal request. We haven't had anyone request that as of today, with all the current owners there. Yeah, yeah, so
Another thing, I mean, I just wanna, I think there's some solutions to this, so, you know, what we could do, you know, I think that would have to be in the condition. That, you know, we agree that she's gonna be able to park there, however, the caveat that if people with handicap placards needed it, we would have to make it available. I think in that case, then what we could do for this nice woman is we could say for our related parking space outside, we could switch that during her time of ownership. And we would,
on the condition that
you follow me on that?
owners who have actual placards show up.
Require the space.
Require it, correct. So then, instead of forcing her back into her space that she's not satisfied with, our related entity could use that space and we could let her use the outside space.
So we should.
So we would have a
add all
place
that
to
into
put her,
the condition?
to place her.
For her to park.
Correct. Not to have to deal with that small space during her time of ownership.
And it's her ownership.
Does that make sense?
that's,
Yeah, so is the condition, I mean, I don't think we normally get this specific in conditions, but it's an unusual situation, right? So is the condition something along the lines of, you know, the owner of spot number 47 will have, you know, will have permission in writing from the association to use this, or provide other suitable on-property alternate parking?
arrangement, sure.
Outdoors, it would be outdoors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, and not to,
The preference is to give you that space inside. If you can't do that, then you need the space during your term of ownership to be able to park outside the full-size space.
I mean, space 49 is essentially a handicap space, if you wanna call it that.
Yeah.
I mean, space 10 can accommodate a non-wheelchair disability, essentially.
But that's deeded
No, I'm not saying to shuffle them right now, I'm just saying that there are certain spaces in there that could accommodate mobility issues without, full inaccessibility.
Right.
Are very usable for it, but don't meet the letter of the law.
Correct, but they might not have a handicap placard, they might just need that additional space.
Such as with group situations.
But I don't think Matt's client's gonna wanna give up that parking space, right, Matt?
No.
Andrew, I know you've been typing furiously over there for the
Is that
condition.
condition workable the way I,
Think so.
okay.
That was actually well worded.
Let's take a look at it.
So obviously need some working here, wordsmithing, but a condition that the condo association shall revise its leasing documents to condition that this plan be submitted to is that what I
I
heard
would say
earlier?
your recorded site plan.
Revise its recorded site plan, not leasing documents, because it's not a rental. It's a registry of deeds document.
Yeah.
So,
I would say amend its master deed and revise its site plan. Amend the master deed, revising the site plan, that's what we're doing.
Master deed advising, you said?
Revising
Yeah.
the site plan.
yeah, revising the recorded site.
Yeah.
That's good.
To the approved condition, to the,
To the amended plan in this decision.
In section 4A where it describes the less than, I'm sorry, were you
No.
still reviewing?
We're gonna put a space number on that space X, that's all.
I didn't know if one was
20,
decided.
yes, 20 was decided, that's what I wanted to know.
Thank you. Yeah, we can jump up real quick if you'd like.
In the section talking about less than compact size, parentheses, less than 8 feet wide, should we mention that the minimum width is 7'10"?
Sure.
In some, just to be clear that we don't wanna go
I think
Any
it's good to
smaller.
clarify that for any future use, yeah.
And I have to
yeah,
update this.
35%. Yeah.
35?
Yeah, we can address that once you review that plan.
Mhm.
It's 35.
Yeah, I'll confirm that tomorrow. I noted that the outdoor has 3 compact spaces now. Waiver for the 4 parking spaces be less than 8 feet in width. We kept a condition that maybe formal shared parking areas should still be considered in the future. That was actually pulled over from the original decision as well, but so the condo documents to be amended, the approval of the ADA space, condo association shall provide the owner with parking space till the space.
You know what number that outdoor parking space is, you?
Shall provide the current owner of parking space 47. The idea there is you don't wanna make it
Yes, right.
a
To be
perpetual.
provided the current
Yeah.
owner.
Yeah.
Up above on the first
Yeah.
line.
Yep.
What space you want? 20, yeah.
I would say that you need to put a sentence in that says this condition will be void upon
Sale of unit.
the sale of
Is it the sale of per unit or the sale of parking space?
So you can't, we didn't talk to this, so you can't, no unit owner can sell outside of the development. You have to be a unit owner in order to own any of these parking spaces. So, and that's a formal condition in the master deed.
So are you allowed selling between owners?
Yes.
Yes, yep. And there's no cap on someone could own 10 if they
Might
Not-
put that in the
monopolize
condo
the-
documents.
building.
A seal of the unit with the exclusive right to use parking space number 47 in, just to make it clear. You can get rid of the comma, nobody messes it up. We can clean that up.
Oh, we didn't talk about this.
Yeah.
I think it does it.
And then,
Is there a need, you would add we didn't think that the original decision required us to post the parking spaces compact.
I don't think it did, but future owners might benefit from such, I don't know.
Is there a need to- It wasn't, it was, the decision was vague on it. We took it that it needed to be shown on the plans, but not on the ground. The way the decision, and I just don't see the benefit. I think it almost creates like graffiti in the garage. Why do you need these spaces marked compact? It's not a rental project, I mean.
Right.
How would future owners know that it's a compact spot if no car was in it right then and they weren't very great at spatial stuff? Not everybody can see a compact spot without a car in it, for being as compact as it is.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't impact us, I was just kind of curious. I mean, that point's well taken. I understand what you're saying.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
To prevent people from coming back in the future.
Saying I didn't know.
That was everything.
What do you want to go?
Okay, we ready for a motion?
We are ready.
I think do we have waivers to approve?
Yes, please.
Yeah, we just had some, on the dimensions that you had labeled, the way our expert measured those spaces. We didn't agree with you, Andrew, just on,
Article or section 3
That
in
was-
general.
Yeah,
So
we're not sure where some of the dimensions or in the decision where it came from.
Okay, I can go back and make sure these match your plan.
could you,
Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
Can you scroll down to that condition again? Just wanted to. I just want to read this one.
So let's say the applicant instead of condo association or the applicant in this decision.
Okay, you good?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, let's go approve the waivers. I'll move to approve the waivers to the parking space dimensions as requested for the major plan change at the parking garage at 136 Haven Street and 8 Sanborn Street.
Second, okay.
All in favor, hand vote? Nick, there?
Yes.
Okay, and now before the main motion, I have a question that I think is toward Andrew. I think I just heard you say that you needed to kind of clean up and align the space measurements in section 3, and that seems like it's really important. So should I make a motion to approve, but pending any changes to the measurements to match the plan?
Probably quickly do it right now.
So
So for instance, space 23 is
let's just start at the top. So space number 11 is 7'11" according to your plan.
11 and a half.
half, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's a little bit light colored. And then space 23.
7'10" minimum is what I put down on the proposed solution. Why? Minimum, because one of them's more already. So.
So space 23 shows 8'2".
So we don't propose to do that.
To do any restriping.
So
Can that just come out?
Space 23 from our side shouldn't.
It's now been, according to your thing, approved as a waiver of a compact. On the plan, it's shown as a compact, so.
Wait, so you're not restriping?
Not 23.
There's no need for restriping in there because the way the plan depicts it, they all meet a compact space.
That was approved
Oh,
as
is
a
this the
compact
new-
space.
As the plan that we're submitting. It's
That's the
compact.
same as the March 15th plan, Julie, just the 3 outdoor compact spaces we've changed on that 411 sheet, but 23.
Oh, you're restriping the other ones on the other
Right,
side.
right,
Okay,
that's right.
all right,
Yeah.
yeah,
Restriping 35, 36.
No, we're not restriping 37, that was the
right.
person that sent
Solution
an
none
email.
needed or
So
something.
do I even need this in here? The space in general. Yeah.
Probably
That can
not.
come out.
Yeah, okay.
$35. So 35, we're proposing to restripe 35 and 36.
8-foot wide spaces, minimum of 8 feet.
Yep, so this works.
Mhm.
39, so 39 is the proposal is to remove 39 completely. That's correct. Yep. That fits with that condition.
Space 49.
Well,
So that one measured 7.3 when there was a pipe in the way,
Removed
which
the
wasn't
pipe.
supposed to be there, obviously. And so we've removed that 4-inch, 5-inch drain pipe, was it?
Yeah.
To the backside, so it measures 7.6 currently. However, we're proposing to, by eliminating space 50, make that 9 feet.
Changes to 7'6". Yeah, then they're getting rid of it, okay.
Mhm.
Space 50.
Right, so that's, I think that's all correct now.
Okay, great.
It's all updated.
Great. Good to get that done. Thank you.
So we don't have to do it later.
Yeah, but you made there was a typo there too, go up if you could. I noticed it, just, I don't want this to get carried over scroll to the top of the decision. Right there, it says 22 outside, let me see, the total number of spaces, I think you had it as 10 and 7 somewhere, where it should be 17 and 7.
So that, yeah, so with the, I don't think that's been changed with the 3.
Right here.
Yeah, there you go. The project was approved to allow 24. I think that's wrong, that paragraph. Look at that, guys. The project was approved to allow 17 spaces to be, I think it was 24,
Yes.
right? Not 17.
17
Yeah.
indoors.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. That's how it was approved. Just didn't want a discrepancy on that.
This probably does need to change now based
Yeah.
on your findings at
Yeah.
3.
So, 19.
19, yep.
Net increase of 4.
No, a net reduction
A
of.
net
Net
loss
reduction
of
is-
4.
Right, so it's, 4 because 3 of them remained.
Is that for the entirety of the
no,
site though?
that's-
No, that's just for the surface.
Yeah.
It's defined as surface.
That's all talking about exterior.
Do you know your drive aisle width?
So it depends on where you measure it. The tightest point, which is the one ways you come in with the angled spaces, is about 13.5 feet.
Okay.
So if you want to
But
type
that
in
all
the
remains
tightest,
as approved.
it was what was approved originally, yes. That didn't change from what was, the drive widths anywhere didn't.
What's that?
Right, that's, yeah.
Ratio in there to show that we're above the minimum.
Yeah, do you wanna mention the ratio to just show, to docket that we're above the minimum of 1.25?
So this is a reduction from 1.44 as approved to 1.4 as modified. Or that, yeah.
Okay.
Just, where it says net loss of 4 compact, maybe a net reduction?
I think we have the numbers right, yeah. That's good.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
think so.
Good.
Eight average basis, is that right, should be 19?
Where are we, outside, so there's, standard
that's-
should be
Is that outside or?
19.
19,
19 spaces.
because we have 22 total.
But isn't it standard compact ADA?
Oh, sorry,
Oh, yeah, 1/8 yeah,
Okay.
CD.
Thank you.
We got it before, so. Trying to correct.
Okay.
Great job, David.
Alrighty, so I'll move to approve the major plan change to the approved 40R development at 136 Haven Street and 8 Sanborn Street, the postmark. As amended. As amended. All in favor?
Second.
You have a second?
Thank you. We're having a battle to see who can hold out longest.
We're
All
taking
in-
turns.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Nick?
Aye.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
so
for your
much. Appreciate
patience.
time
Thank
and
you.
your patience.
Thank you.
Appreciated your input.
Thank you.
Can I just commend Julie for shepherding this through these last many months? So, I think she's done a great job.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Julie.
Thanks.
And
It's
Andrew.
very kind.
All her.
I suggest a polite letter to the town manager.
I'd like to, okay, I will.
Sweating now.
Yeah, I know, it's hard when like everyone's watching.
I know, it seemed like it was really complicated and important to know that we were getting it right.
No, that was good to
Yeah.
go through it together and make sure it all worked.
Some of the incorrect dimensions were my fault.
No,
'Cause
that's
we had put the decision together many months ago when we thought they were correct. And some of the
Yeah,
things
sure.
changed.
Very much.
Nice.
Night,
See you,
Julie.
Jess.
Have a good one,
Stay
nice
safe.
to see you guys,
Yes.
nice to see you.
Okay.
I noticed that you were on Zoom as well. Please
Yes, I
make
was
sure
just
your
To make
mic
sure who's
and-
still on,
okay. Please make sure your mic and speakers are completely off so that we don't get any weird
Oh, yeah.
feedback.
Alright.
Okay.
Great job.
It's worth it.
Please bear with me for 1 minute as I make Jeff co-host. More. Making books.
You set?
Yep, are you guys able to hear me?
yes, next item of business is 45 minutes later. The continued public hearing of 40R Plan Review. 459 Main Street, GC Federa Contracting, Inc. Who do we have on the line?
I'm here tonight representing the applicant. Madam
Okay.
Chair, my name is Attorney Jesse Schomer from the Law Offices of Rignanti Stereo. Also on the line tonight remotely is Jeffrey Ollinger, Project Architect, Sam Gregorio, Project Traffic Engineer, and representing the applicant tonight is Principal Guy Manganello. So if I may, just I'll give a brief update to the members. I know the hour is late, so we'll try to be as quick as possible through this hearing. At the previous presentation, which was held on March 14th, the presentation had to do with a proposed modification of the access arrangement for the project garage, as well as the parking arrangement and the addition of a loading zone, as well as a modification of the layout of the commercial space. Part of the hearing concluded, I would say, primarily with the discussion of the massing of the building, particularly its visual impact to the neighbors to the rear. And so the members had asked us to take a look at the design guidelines and whether the project should be treated as a transitional area. So our project architect went back to the drawing board and made some significant, we would say, revisions to the project. In addition, since the last hearing, we also received correspondence from the Johnsons who reside at the property to the rear of the site. We've had an opportunity to review their letter, and we did meet with them back on, I believe it was March the 30th, to get their feedback with respect to some proposed modifications that Jeff will go through tonight. But the main bullet points for tonight are the architectural modifications that his office has made with respect to the ground floor garage wall, as well as modification to the rear corner of the site where the transformer was previously proposed. In addition to that, the addition of a stepped back fourth floor to provide additional buffering to the neighbors to the rear. So with that being said, commissioners, I won't steal Jeff's thunder. I'll turn it over to him to go through the proposed modifications. Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Hey, and hopefully everyone can hear me. So thank you again, Jesse, for the introduction. As always, very thorough and concise. So I won't waste too much time as it is late with some of this initial information. Again, this presentation is primarily for responses to previous comments and then to answer any questions that may arise. Here again is our project pro forma. You can see that we're complying with the outlines of the Downtown Smart Growth District. The main highlight, as Jesse indicated, is in the setbacks, which now at the 4th floor, we have a 20-foot setback for our 40R butter. Andrew sent through a few questions prior to this meeting that we can address here. So there are a couple questions that were geared towards civil, which I will allow for Giovanni to address. With regards to photovoltaic, our project's roof is currently showing 69 photovoltaic panels on its rooftop. If those were to be 400 watt, we'd have something akin to a 27 kilowatt system. Obviously, that would be very large for a building. So it would allow us to indeed scale back and still achieve a very high level of on-site renewable energy if that were to be installed on the project. We had another question regarding where that would be stored, the energy, and how that would be interfacing with the grid. We've designed in an area for on-site battery storage for the photovoltaic system, and we imagine that that would help to alleviate the building's demand at peak hours, as well as modulate demand over the year of the building, or the annual cycle of the building. With regards to electric heating and cooking, the property currently has a gas line on it, which we would be allowed to reuse if we desired to. However, we are looking to make the units as potentially all electric. They'll be serviced by electric heat pumps, and the cooking in the residential units may also be induction or electric. With regards to our rooftop overruns, our elevator penthouse is located at 52 feet, which is 7 feet above the structural deck. That's required for the wall vent to clear snow that's on the roof, and so that's generally why that's located at that height. And then the top of our stair penthouse is at 54 feet, which is 9 feet above the structural deck. And that will allow for walkout access with a 6'8" door and a fully insulated roof to that penthouse. There is a question regarding the street tree on Main Street and whether that would be existing or a replacement. Our intention is to retain it and protect it during construction. And there was a question also about the green roof and what the nature of that is. And as I'll show in the upcoming slides, we've modified that green roof to become a synthetic slate roof that was in dialogue with the abutters, and I'll fill you in on some of the reason why that evolved that way. Here is a cross section of the building, just to show everyone how the elevator penthouses and stair penthouses affect the roof line. Keep in mind this is only for a small portion of the roof, but I know this has been a issue of concern for the board, and so we wanted to make sure that it was clearly understood how we were designing our rooftop mechanicals. This diagram is actually quite important in terms of showing the before on the left-hand side, which was our previous presentation, and that had a 15-foot setback. The red line on that diagram indicates the new profile of the building. And the new profile of the building will have a 20-foot setback at the 4th floor, a 15-foot setback at levels 2 and 3, and then sort of incorporating some of Nick's comments in the last presentation, we decided to slope that roof towards the abutter property line. However, we've also retained a significant portion of cross pitch to the roof at the lot line so that we can responsibly collect any runoff that might be generated from that roof. Again, we're thinking about using a slate shingle roof, which would be keeping with the residential language for the building, and especially that portion of the building. And then the wall itself may be an architectural CMU, and we have a couple of renderings that show what that may look like. So here again is two three-dimensional views of the project. On the left-hand side, it's effectively unchanged from the last presentation. You'll see here how we've set the building back at the ground level to allow for
cafe seating, if so desired, or other retail-related sidewalk activity. And we've also set the building back an additional 9 feet at the corner abutting the Johnson's property. That was both out of respect for their concern turning out of the parking garage, and then you'll also see it offers us the potential to introduce some plantings that may also serve as a type of rain garden for the drainage of that roof. The roof on the right-hand side, you can see, is very simple, but will also effectively mitigate water over the parking, and also, as I mentioned, retain something of a residential character. Here is a view of the existing property. This is a view of where the wall was in the previous presentation. And this is an updated view that shows we've removed the fence, but we've retained the CMU wall. We've added a planting that's essentially in line with the plantings that are in the Johnson's property. And then again, allowing for that roof line to drop down to 9 feet from where it was previously at 13.6. So we've lowered it 4.5 feet. We've also talked about ways in which we can begin to design that wall so that it has, a softer feel to it potentially. There's an idea that perhaps we could mix up the coloration of the CMU block, adding more green block at the base of the wall, which might be more indicative of a hedge. Could potentially be a split face and a smooth at the top, or even potentially using multiple tones of block. Would help us. And again, so this is something that we're still actively designing, and we think has a fair amount of range in terms of what we can do, both with the surface texture as well as the color of the CMU. And again, here for context is our project adjacent to Rise, or next to the Rise. On the top, you see the continuous street facade along Main Street. And on the bottom, you can see our project and how it has the now lower lot line wall. And now again, just to kind of refresh everyone in terms of the circulation of the site, the way that we've adjusted the traffic pattern to be more accommodating to the traffic on Washington. Here's a ground level plan that now shows the planting in the lower right-hand corner. We think this will soften the building in general, also limits the amount of facade length that we have along the sidewalk. Our second floor is essentially unchanged, as is the third floor. And then here on the fourth floor along the right-hand side of the plan, you'll see that all these bay windows now are in a line, and we've set them back from the lower level bay windows. Here again is a refresher for the material palette that we're considering, combination of shiplap, patina, metal panel, and slate, as well as a limestone look for the masonry. Here is the elevation as seen from the corner, or the opposite corner would be. This is again a view of the fourth floor terrace that will be for building use, but will also provide additional 600 square feet of outdoor space for the project. And then here we have before and afters for our new building. View of our sidewalk. View from Main Street. And that is what we have for now. happy to take any questions or address any comments.
Just an initial question. You mentioned the fence is removed, and was that just for the purpose of the rendering, or the plan with the Johnsons is to remove that fence?
That was primarily for the purpose of the rendering, but in conversation with the Johnsons, and I understand they're on this call right now, you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. There is a decision that it might be simplest just to have a clean architectural wall rather than a fence, which might be redundant.
For the garage, I know there's one door proposed. Is there a second door proposed?
In terms of access to the street or doors to and from the interior of the building?
Access to the street.
Access to the street, we have an entrance at Main Street, and we have an exit at Washington Street.
The reason for the question is I don't know if the garage is going to require an exhaust fan.
It may require an exhaust fan, although we are leaving it open at the Main Street side, and then it'll be an open grill at the Washington Street side. But I appreciate your concern, and if that was to be on the property, we could design it so that it could be at the roof.
Okay.
Probably as far from Rise 475 as possible.
And the Johnsons as
Yeah,
well.
we could.
And the
Yeah,
Johnsons,
yeah, because it's going to be.
exactly.
And again, it's only a 12-car garage, or sorry, it's a 19-space garage, so it's significantly smaller than some of the larger projects that are, having recently done the 69-car garage at 24 Gold Street, and understanding what that meant in terms of ventilation.
The east side setback that we're talking about at the fourth floor is really just the dorm portion of the projecting bays though, right? Just those three that got set back to the line that was already there.
Yeah, correct. The levels 2 and 3, where their balconies are, those are already set back by 5 feet. So that allowed us to just continue up to the mansard. And then there's a mansard that's continuing to kick back at the fourth floor. But you're right, that is essentially in line with that 20-foot, back wall of the balcony.
Jeff, would you mind explaining that while showing an elevation?
Sure, yeah.
I'm not quite following
sure.
that, thank you.
Some of us need visuals.
Geo4 shows, I'll help you explain it because it shows the Main Street side and the east side.
In terms of our drawings?
Yeah.
I can potentially show it here too.
Yep.
Okay. So here on the right-hand side of the screen, you'll see how we have a mansard roof line that wraps around from Washington Street. And that's kicking back at 15 degrees. So that's also, in theory, setting back slightly. And then we have dormers located at the top, or in the same pattern that we have at the other portions of the building. However, the bay steps forward at Washington Street and Main Street such that you have a tower-like face to the you have a Victorian bay tower that is formed in the massing along Main Street and Washington Street, and it just more or less becomes flush, but you still have a bay that's on levels 2 and 3 at the east lot line of Butterside.
And your 15-foot setback was measured to the exterior of that bay?
Correct.
Okay.
If you do end up using the gas line, where would you put the gas meters?
They would likely be, we have a utility space that is on the ground floor. It's behind these plantings. There currently is sort of a hold for that type of a thing, or if there was something that was of another utility nature that needed to have a connection, we reserve that part of the garage to make that.
Put them in the garage?
We can put them where they can have a wall, but they can face out to the street with a screen in front of them. So this wall would be not a CMU wall, it would likely be a lattice-like material that had some, that was open enough.
And would we be allowed to have those plantings in that area then? Or do they have a specific clearance in front of the meters for access?
They typically need a 3-foot path, but we've allowed for 9-foot setback. So I could see shifting those forward, you know, almost to the sidewalk, and then still having 3 feet available to us.
Is it 9 feet from both Washington Street and the east lot line?
It's 17 feet more or less from the
Okay,
east
that's
lot
what I
line, and then it's 9-foot setback from the sidewalk.
Yep. Okay. And no transformer needed now?
No transformer needed.
Said that, I want credit for that. These plantings at the corner though, so the thing is, if there's gonna be a ventilated screen in front of these meters, it has to still be a visual screen. Because the plantings, if we just make it tall again, then we're cutting off the site that we're trying to improve from exiting the residential driveway adjacent to you.
Especially if they're plantings that are high enough.
Yes,
Yeah.
so again, you know, our goal is not to create a visual obstruction. We felt as though a low planting would, you know, both provide visual relief, be low enough that you could see over it for better traffic. But if that was an issue, it could be hard to see.
So either a low planting or a taller tree with, you know, that's limbed up, so, yeah.
Taller tree, yeah, that was also one that we threw out there was, you know, we could potentially put a tree there.
I had a question. Since this was 128 tire and may have had some storage for oil, is there any tank underground anywhere near this?
I'll have to look into that. There's a likelihood that there is a tank.
I can answer that,
Please.
hopefully, Madam Chair. I did look up whether there is a record of an underground storage tank at the property. Nothing came up in DEP's records, but our search in that is ongoing. Obviously, if there was an underground storage tank of fuel, it would need to be cleaned up and removed in accordance with state law, and that would be done, and that could be a condition of the
Okay, good, thank you.
decision.
Because that has been around forever,
Yeah.
so we don't know what the
Well,
history is.
there's regulatory issues around that, and you have to do your due diligence, so you're gonna own all that before you buy the property, but I could just advise you that at, Perfecto's Bagel, every time they dug a hole, they found another tank. They had to keep coming back, because they just kept finding tanks, so.
Yeah.
There's gonna be some of that. In fact, the construction plan you submitted is really not sufficient. It's not site-specific. It doesn't have conditions for remediation pre-prepping the site. That's something that's gonna take time as well.
Yeah, I have to say candidly, I was surprised I didn't find record of it. I do a lot of representation of clients who own various automotive related businesses, and just about every site that they have, there's fuel oil or gasoline or diesel or something like that. I didn't come up with anything on this site, but
I know, but that's what happened at the other site as well. There was no record of them, and they just kept finding them.
hopefully we'll find.
But even so, there's no mention of remediation, as part of that construction management plan, and that's a timeline issue right there. You're gonna be spending some time digging this site out before you can even dig it up to putting.
Pylons.
Yep, understood.
Yes, Andrew.
Just so I'm clear on my end when I edit the draft decision, Jesse, your letter mentioned that the green roof would remain with minimal plantings, but there would be a green roof, but Jeff said there was no longer a green roof. Is that what I heard?
Jeff, can you clarify that point?
Yeah, so Jesse just made been out of the loop on that one. That would, and so at the last conversation I had with the owners, this was the direction that they had discussed with the abutters in terms of what would be. There's a couple of things that came up just to provide more context, largely about maintenance and how would it be maintained? How would the building maintain it? Would there be an issue for the abutter if there was something that was unmaintained? And so with that in mind, in terms of simplicity and having a maintenance-friendly design, that's where the slick shingle look came in as a good solution.
And that roof would still capture stormwater, as Jesse's letter summarized.
It would, and that's where that additional planting that we were looking at was in theory going to be a rain garden, but we also have the ability to pull all that into the storm management system for the building since we're collecting it at the roof.
One additional point, Madam Chair, since we're discussing site civil issues, we did receive Town Engineer Percival's letter. I believe it was last week we received that from Andrew. We've had an opportunity to review it, and as I believe Jeff mentioned, there's one question that Town Engineer had about a standpipe that we'll follow up with him and discuss that and make sure that we're all on the same page about that. However, the conditions that he proposed in his letter, those are all fairly standard, and none were disagreeable to us. We'd be open to all of those being incorporated into the decision. A very conscientious letter, and all of the points were very well made. No disagreement.
It's based on the prior plan, right?
I'm sorry?
Is that based on this plan or the prior plan?
I believe that's the prior plan.
Yes.
Yeah, that came in about the same time that the updated. I don't believe any of the comments that he made would necessarily be affected by this, but we'll obviously make sure that he has a copy of the updated plans and is signed off on that.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Well, I would still like a gross floor area calculation that's correct. Right now, you're still listing level 1 at 2,476 square feet. And if you go outside border to the border, it's going to be significantly more than that. You might be able to eliminate 3 or so parking spaces in the calculation, but other than that, the other parking spaces should be included.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Tony?
All right. I'm looking for the correct gross floor area. You list the floor 1, the first floor is about 2,400. And it should be significantly more since you're measuring it from the outside of the building walls. You may be able to eliminate 1 or 2 parking spaces because it says that you accessory parking, i.e. parking that is available on or off site that is not part of the use's minimum parking standard is excluded. But other than that, everything else should be included. You can exclude exterior balconies, uncovered steps, which you don't have, inner courts open to the sky, I don't think you have, or basement space with a lower than normal height.
Could I ask Mr. DeRezzo what you're reading from there, what you're referring to?
Referring to town bylaw, section 10.5 I want to say 2, I want to scroll back up. 10.5.2 definitions.
Okay, we submitted in our letter the definition of gross floor area defined in the zoning bylaw section 2. It specifically excludes non-habitable spaces, which would include a parking garage, and that's the reason why it's been calculated the way it has been.
So you need to recalculate it based on 10.5.2.
Okay.
That's the downtown smart growth district bylaw.
Okay, we'll take a look at that.
And Tony,
Yes.
I just to humor you, I did include here our project FAR with parking, the 6,200 square foot parking garage, and that would put us at 2.72.
Okay, good.
Which is still below the 2.8.
You don't have to get into it right now, but at some point we're going to have to discuss why you should be granted a density waiver.
We're happy to respond to that question.
Do we want to go into that tonight?
Jesse, feel free to jump in, but from an architectural perspective, we believe that this project can support a higher density, not only because it is in short walking distance to the MBTA, but it is also on a primary commercial street. And so it will both be a high traffic commercial area, but then also a convenient walkable location for residents.
Yeah, I would just add to that, Mr. DeRezzo. I mean, this project here, you're looking at the corner of Main Street in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
That's the crown jewel of your 40R district. This is a block away or 2 blocks away from the MBTA commuter rail station. A site like this is really the reason why 40R was created, to have housing exactly like this. And you see the Rise 475 right next door to that. This project is consistent with that. It fills out the development of the block in a way it's slightly lower actually than the Rise 475, significantly less dense than the Rise 475 in terms of the density waiver. And I would also note that significantly less dense than many other projects this commission has approved in the 40R district. So we feel that this is an appropriate density for the site. The site supports it, and we believe that the documentation that we provided backs that up in terms of the intensity of the
That's
site.
all true, but this site also has significantly different traffic implications, right?
So as we mentioned previously, we're willing to have this peer reviewed by Green International. They're the town's peer review consultants on a number of projects. They did the corridor study which included this project location as well. That offer remains on the table. We're willing to have that taken a look at. We're willing to have the town engineer take a look at this, but and San Gregorio's on the line as well. As has been discussed a number of times, this project is a significantly low traffic generator. So the issues that we're talking about in terms of the site flow and the traffic on this site, that's an existing condition. And if you look at the traffic report that was submitted to the board, the traffic condition will increase whether or not this project is developed. And so
Somebody has to mute.
this site here, I mean, it's expected this is going to be developed in some way or another. This is not going to remain a low use auto body shop or automotive business. This could be a number of uses that generate significantly more traffic and access problems than a load generator such as this. So we certainly recognize the issues. In terms of how could the site be best developed, we believe that we're pretty close to how the best development of the site is laid out. I'm not sure what more we can say about those points. We recognize traffic is on the front of everybody's mind. We all drive in it. We all are part of that traffic. So we're certainly not looking to contribute to that. And a project like this, high density in a non-auto dependent location, this is why 40R exists, is developments exactly like this.
But in just a couple of weeks, we're going to go to town meeting with some new tiers for justifications for densities.
Okay.
And they're for waivers. So we could actually start implementing them if we want before town meeting even votes on them. And those have to do with how much how much commercial space is being provided, how much open space, how much parking, etc. So I'm looking for the specifics of where you would fit using that new guideline to justify the increase in density.
So we'd have to take a look at that. We're applying under the current bylaw, not the proposed bylaw, which has not been adopted by town meeting yet. We're happy to take a look at it and see how we compare to that updated zoning and whether we would meet the tiers and how they would apply for a future meeting.
Okay, but right now, these are not waiver, these are waiver considerations. And as you know, the waiver is at the discretion of the board. So this is what we would like to see for us to consider the waiver for density.
Understood. We'll take a look at it.
Okay.
What I would say, we'll certainly take a look at that and do our best to comply with it. From our perspective, the Rise 475, which this commission has already approved, as I mentioned, at a significantly higher density, serves as the design precedent for this site. It's unfortunate that this site was not available at the time the Rise was developed because it could have been incorporated into it, but that's just how it happened, and so this is being developed separately. We think appropriately for the location, but I'll certainly take a look at those tiers and come back at the next meeting with a further answer on that.
All right. That's all I've got for now.
Heather?
I don't have more questions. Katrina? Tony? Sorry?
Nick?
Nick.
Nick?
Yeah, I'm over here and I already.
Nick, any additional comments?
Yeah, I mean, right now where I am is that you've made all the puzzle pieces fit. And I just need to wrap my head around whether it actually solves the puzzle. You know, there's a development just up the street that figured out a way around the parking restraints, you know, within a limited site. But that didn't really solve the problem. That just, it's like a math trick. So I like a lot of things about this project. I'm trying to put everything into, trying to get my head around the whole thing to make sure it really solves the problem. And yes, there could be some other developments here. And I've read all the letters that came in from some of the residents, and they have concerns. But you know, what else would we put here? Those kind of things. I'm still working on those. If you want to hear from the abutters now or from other people.
Yes, I'd like to open it up to the abutters. I think the Johnsons are on the line, is that correct? Andrew's saying yes. May we open it up to the abutters?
Yes, thank you. Bruce and Lisa Johnson, good evening. Yes, we had a number of questions. Some were put out in the last meeting, some were emailed. And we heard from the developer. We'd also like to hear from the board on some of those questions, and I want to go to the overall size and height and mass of this building in terms of the transitional area. I think that we believe that it's much too large, abutting a residential area. The developer has used the Rise building as a precedent. We believe that this property is much closer in size to the Chronicle. I've mentioned that before, which is only 2 stories on Main Street and 3 stories on the side. If we use Rise as a precedent, the Rise building is set back significantly further from the property line than this proposed building. This proposed building has a structure on the property line or at the property line. The closest structure on the Rise building is the roof of the parking garage, which is back about 16 feet. The second and third stories are set back. It appears to me that it's about another 14 or 15 feet. And the fourth story is set back significantly. So if you compare those numbers from the property line, the first floor is at the property line on 459. The roof of the first floor on the Rise building is 15 to 16 feet back. The second and third floor on 459 is 17 feet back. It appears to me that the second and third floor is about 28 to 30 feet back on the Rise building. And the fourth floor, I would guess, is 35 to 40 feet back from the property line. And on this development, it's about 21. Now that Rise building is at the back of our property, and yes, it's close to the barn, which is not habitable property. There's no windows from the barn on that side. This property is adjacent to our home, where 50% of our windows are facing this building. So I'd like to hear from the board and understand their position, and does this fit, from your standpoint, the transitional area?
I can say for my part that I'm still working on that part of it. I thought that reducing this wall, for example, on the garage side would help, but I'm not sure that it does. Really would like to see a section through there. Jeff, is there any way to get a section showing the abutting property? If we extend this section to the right to get their house and start getting the profile of their house, so we can actually get a really good sense of the scale. I don't think their house is square like that. Doesn't the roof slope the other way? Do we know if that's an accurate position for the residents in that left side perspective? You're muted.
Yeah, in terms of its plan location, let me share it. This section. Let's see the house over here. And again, this is kind of the tallest version of the house that you're going to see. So that would be there. That's the house. And in this particular view, we're seeing about 30 feet, 36 feet, almost 37 feet of separation.
Aren't the guidelines for transitional area in reference to the property line as opposed to the dwelling?
Yes, they are.
That's true. That's where we have the second floor at the setback as the accommodation. Okay, it's 15.1.
Well, again, you referenced rise as the precedence. And that second floor is set back significantly more. It should also be noted that the property line, our property line does jog west at this property. I believe it's about 10 feet. Yet this.
Yeah, this is taken at the tightest portion. Our building actually sets back almost 17 feet by the time it's at that notch that we've taken out of the southeast corner. You can see in the plan it fans out. So here you'll actually have a 4-foot shoulder plus 15 feet there, so you're at 17.1. By 9 feet is what we've removed from the building at that corner. And then you're 15 feet at the northeast corner, a little over 15 feet, I believe, 15.6. The rise building.
But there's still a wall there, right? I mean, the wall of the garage is still at the.
Yeah, and just pull that out for a minute. If we can put it in relationship to the rise building, the property line at the rise building is about 10 feet east or to the right. And I think we can see that on another plan. I don't know if it's G003. Yet this building's closer.
So
it starts right at the property line.
yeah, so here's the rise right here. And it's almost 5 feet, 4'10" back from our building at the corner.
But it's 15 from the property line at that point.
Yeah, then their upper level is 7 feet back from ours.
Yeah, but you're assuming that the property line goes straight, but why don't you show where that property line jogs?
This is at the worst case scenario. Oh, so you're in terms of the other property line, I don't have that in this model.
No, but it's on, yeah.
Anyways, I do have the RISE model, so I can see where that building is. And you're right, it is set back further than ours, but it's 4 feet at the ground and it's 7 feet at the upper level.
It's the second floor is set back significantly, and the property line jogs there. If we talk about property line, and your building was set back 15 feet, not the second floor, but the first level, then it would be behind that roof line.
Yeah, again, I don't have that property line, so.
It's on a previous plan. I can reference it.
It's a 10-foot jog. It's essentially 10 feet. It's 10-foot jog east of.
So ours shows it. Yeah, if you're describing this jog right here that goes into your property.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think the guidelines refer to property line. I think, again, our feeling is this is a smaller area. If it's going to, a smaller lot, if it's going to transition to residential, it should be smaller in both height and distance from the property line. And if we use RISE as a precedent, which you have brought up, it's on top of the property line. The second floor is closer to the property line. The fourth floor is considerably closer to the property line. And again, this is next to the dwelling. This is next to the living space.
I'll go ahead and weigh in here that, I think this is a transitional area. I mean, and if you look at the definition of the transitional area in our design guidelines, it meets it. I too, and I really appreciate hearing from the abutters. I look at the wall and I was very curious to know what you thought about it. I'm interested in the materials that wall would be. And imagining in my mind's eye the impact of living next to an 8-foot block wall. That's on my mind. So I think it's important. It was important for me to hear from what the abutters. If the abutters were very happy with this, I would be a little bit swayed. That's not what I'm hearing. So I'm also thinking about it. I mean, I think the front sides of the building are very nice looking building. You get a lot in there. But to the question that was asked, that yes, this to me very clearly meets the definition of a transitional area and ought to be treated as such.
And again, not to be too legal here, but what definition of transitional area are you using?
Sure, I went to the design guidelines, which by the way are really hard to find on our new website. I had to search for them.
We're still building a lot of
I know,
stuff.
as long as they came up, I thought I would mention that, and I searched for transitional area. And it came up with the definition at the very start. Hold on. Sorry, I'm navigating. And my laptop is not happy right now. Sorry, I just found it. But it's the definition that's in the design guidelines that I'm not at anymore. But it specifically said something about abutting a property that, yeah, there it is. Thank you. Containing a single family, 2-family, or 3-family dwelling, either within or outside of the district. Or, yeah, and I think that's it. I mean, because the district edge is at a funny location, the district edge is on the abutting property. But that number 3 definition, I think, is extraordinarily clear.
Also, it's any of the following criteria. It's not all of
Exactly.
them.
It's not all of them, it's not most of them, it's 1, 2, or 3.
I don't think anybody's disputing that this is a transitional area. I think what the point that Jeff is trying to make is that it's been designed with those criteria in mind. This is the reason why we have the stepping on the ground level, second and third level, and then an additional step on the fourth. This is why we carried around the mansard roof. And what those mansard roof and the change in colors really do, that brings the eye line to that third level. And so it helps to conceal the mass of the fourth floor above. So, you know, the design, all in all, we've looked at these guidelines. We consider ourselves to be complying with them. It has to do with context of the neighborhood, sensitive to architectural styles. This is hence the far more traditional architectural style with the mansard roof and the dormered windows and pediments above the windows. Far more traditional than a number of the buildings in the 40R district. I mean, we can go through the guidelines point by point, but our position is that the building does comply and is being sensitive to the neighbors in terms of the height, the buffering of the massing to the neighbors behind with the articulation of horizontal massing, the bays, breaking up the color scheme. All these are techniques that are done intentionally to break up that massing and make it look less massive to the neighbors to the rear. We feel sensitively so it's been done.
I'm thinking about it still. I mean, I recognize that the step backs were done with that in mind, that you've done some work. There's no setback at all, and and it's quite a bit larger. I'm quite a bit larger than the neighboring property. So I'm personally not convinced on that yet. I'm also thinking about this as part of the challenge of designing a nice building on that site also that will provide the type of mixed use that's envisioned.
Yes, I wanted to hear from the Johnsons. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Very pretty building. It is very tall. It is very large. And we keep talking about where the first residences, windows, and all of that are, but it doesn't change. This development starts right on our property. So am I correct that based on it being a transitional area, and even though the developer is saying it's in the spirit and they are considering it by making it pretty, should it not be on the property line? Should they be kind of being told, look, this is a transitional area, start your building X number of feet away? Am I hearing that right? It should be on our property line, right? Does anyone know that?
Jeff, I am.
What should be happening here?
Jeff, did you want to respond to that?
Sure. So again, as Jesse indicated, there's a range of techniques that the design guidelines allows us to utilize in order to soften the massing of the building as it meets the residential abutter. We appreciate that the parking wall may not be desirable. However, alternatives to that are that we do a simple visual screening fence and we could leave the parking open. So there's a range of ways in which we could redesign the building so that the abutting structure was 15 feet back. However, it would mean that there would be open parking. That open parking lot creates issues regarding runoff for the town. So environmentally, it's much better to have sheltered parking, number one. Number two, we believe that having the sheltered parking where it is abutting your property will limit the visual impact of that parking to your property, which we think is an important consideration. Number three, the aesthetic of it, albeit currently, not designed to your liking, we believe could be architecturally developed so that it was something that you would like.
Regarding the wall, that now, it's a little confusing because the paperwork on Thursday, it was a green wall and green roof, and today it's the slate butterfly roof. But whatever it ends up being, I think we've got the right calculations. I believe this is an 86-foot wall. It runs 86 feet. Is that correct?
And I would have to confirm that.
And we believe it goes up 17 feet, like the slope goes up 17 feet, which would be.
I'm not sure which wall. The wall's only 9 feet tall at the most. Yeah, and honestly, we could make the abutting wall. We could make the abutting wall 6 feet tall if you wanted to. The reason why it's at 9 foot right now is so that we could still have a reasonable sized vehicle parked inside the garage.
Right, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. I mean the slope. We were trying on our own to get the square footage because we do feel this is a really big structure that starts at our property line. So we came up with, we think we're close, 86 feet by 17 feet. This means the slope that goes up.
Yeah, that roof,
Mm-hmm.
probably get it right here.
Just so the Cpdc understands, and you're welcome to come to my home at any time, I'll serve lemonade. This runs the entire length of our house and then some.
Yep.
There's not one part of my house I will be looking out that I don't see this sloped wall that's either slate butterfly or grass that has to be maintained. So I just want to make sure the size.
You're correct. That's about 84 feet long. So you're right. It's a long roof, and it's about 15 feet. So
we were close in our calculations.
What I guess that early on in their presentation, they talked
about 1,200 square feet.
Early on in the presentation, there was discussion that it started out as a green roof and that there was objections to that, and I'm trying to understand why you might object to a green roof. I'm not blaming the other. I'm just trying to understand why you would object to an extensive green roof.
I guess, part of it is it really just gonna be there? If it doesn't start right at the property line, then it's not on top of us, it's not as important. If it was set back 15 feet.
That combined with, when I read all the information about how they do it, I know there's different mixes. If anybody researched the green roofs, the things you see, there's a million different, there's beautiful grass, there's overgrown grass, there's mixes of plants in dirt. I think there's maintenance. I don't care how.
But this was, I think they were proposing an extensive roof, which is really just a very shallow bed of suckers. Once you've established it, you don't even water it anymore. You know, pull out a few weeds every once in a while, but it's very shallow. I've put a bunch of these in, so just let it go. And if it gets dry out, they sort of go dormant, and then when it rains again, they wake up. It's just a different plant. Again, I'm not pushing you one way. I'm just trying to understand what your concern is. Really more the mass of this first peak, right? Comes up as a wall and then slopes back, and your concern is the presence of that mass, not necessarily constructed, because do a nice wall, it could do a nice garden, you could do a nice broken up roof or something, but it's the.
I think, yeah, you're right. It is the 1,200 square feet part of it that is right on our property line, the whole length of our house, and maybe that is going to be beautiful grass that dries out and then comes back, but I don't know, in this area, in this region, it's not Hawaii. It's like that. I think.
No, they're very indigenous. We put them in a lot of industrial facilities because they help suck up that water, right? And a small border around it for maintenance. They're pretty much go on their own. But I mean, if it was just a fence with open parking behind it, let's say an 8-foot fence, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest of the building was that sheer wall at that 15 feet big. Is that something that you think would be less imposing on you at that level? Not worried about way at the top, let's worry from the grade to first or second story.
Again, you go to the building that's behind us and that's second and third stories are close to 30 feet.
But I don't, you mean on the north side where the building jogs back, but the front portion of that, the southern portion of that for, almost 90 feet, almost 80 feet is only about 10 feet back or so from your property line.
Right, from a barn that no one lives in that has no windows.
There's no part that's 10 feet back. The closest part is that roof that's 15 feet back from the property line. That's the roof over the garage. The second, third floor is close to 30 feet.
I'm just trying to call it up here in my,
The fourth floor is stepped back significantly. You can't even see the fourth floor. You can see the fourth floor down the way. That part of the building's, significantly set back from.
I've been in that barn, by the way.
Say
My
again?
wife and your sister-in-law went to school together.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm just trying to find a 3D. If you want to continue, go ahead.
I guess I think I'd also just ask again, whether it's the green roof or the slate. Just about the snow and the ice, because now it's like this slope. So I'm assuming, who from the town would approve, has approved or would approve snow and ice coming down? There's like an inward pitch. Not sure how that is gonna work. I know a lot of this is about drainage. Who from the town, someone from the town, I'm assuming, has to look at this from a mechanical point of view and say, oh yeah, that's really good drainage, right? Who would that be? The engineer or?
Yeah,
Town
it is, it's the town engineer.
Yep.
So I didn't hear, the town
It's
engineer.
the town
engineer.
engineer, and there was a memo from him, at least according to the current plans, I think it said that
Clarification, that memo is based on the original civil plans. We got these plans Thursday, he has not commented
Okay,
on
thank
this
you.
design.
Thank you.
That's right. Either version of the plan, though, to answer the question, he would be reviewing the plan, and the project will have to comply with the state stormwater standards, no matter what.
And that was, I was curious, and I think it was Andrew that just answered, because the memo, his memo and the documents, it was all like within 24 hours. So I wasn't sure if the memo was based on the new information. So he still has to look at this when it comes to.
Correct.
All staff, because we got this on Thursday. I haven't
Okay.
looked at it
No.
until tonight, so.
I just wanted to also, while we're on the subject of the size of the building and such, shadows came up in an earlier meeting. It we didn't spend a lot of time on it. I did put it in my email that based on the developer's shadow study, and I did my own as well, it appears that during the winter months, we're going to have shadows in our yard and encroaching our windows starting around 3:30 or 4. We live in a side-by-side duplex. We have no windows on the east. More than half of our windows are on the west and face this building. So we get sun around 1 o'clock into our side. So in the winter, I'm gonna get a few hours of sun per day. And I'll remind you, this is a transitional area. So when you have these heights in this size, that's really affecting the shadows. And with that roof level height, and that was a question that I was looking at it myself, is on the planning sheet on page 3, it shows the east, and it shows that roof level, and then it was answered in the beginning, there's something that's goes up to 54 feet, something that goes up to 52, and it looks like in between those two structures, there's a lot of mechanical. So again, on the planning update dated April 5th on page 3, you're looking at basically what we'd be looking at. If you look left to right, it's almost like 75% of this building has the extra height.
So it's not, it feels like it's not even a 45-foot high building anymore with the two structures and then in the middle. And again.
Those are mechanical penthouses.
Excuse me?
Those are mechanical penthouses. They only constitute about 10% of the roof.
Okay, so the 54, the item that comes up.
So for example, if you look at the elevator penthouse, that's located in the middle of the building. Its shadow will fall on its own roof. And you could say the same thing, if you scroll down to that image.
Yeah.
It's set back, it's like in the middle.
Okay, that's set back, all right, it doesn't look it on the one I was looking
Yeah,
at.
both of those we've located those specifically in the middle of the building so that we can avoid issues where we have adverse shadow.
Mhm. And is that both structures, the one that has the door on it?
Yeah, they're both in line with each other. They're connected by a corridor down the middle of the building.
Okay, great, thanks, I couldn't
Yeah,
tell.
I wonder if it would be more helpful to do a shadow line of the section that we were looking at earlier, right? The transverse section that includes their house. You could show the various angle coming down off the roof. I think that might make them understand the skyline a little better.
Okay.
The one thing people, this is a stagnant shot, right? But if we were to animate this, you'd see the shadow. It doesn't sit in any one spot, right? It just continues moving. So yes, there's some shadow impact, but that's not like that all day.
Right.
And that's part of what I think we need to look at on that section.
Yeah, I think we can do something similar to what we did for 45 high with the animation.
I think that'd be great, and if I could just chime in, I hear what you're saying about the December at 4 o'clock. I mean, at 4 o'clock, the sun sets at 4:15 on December 21st, so that's also going to be like nearly darkness anyhow. I've kind of got my eye on that September 20th one where there seems to be shadows coming across to the house, when it really would otherwise have some nice daylight at that hour.
And I think also with regards to shadow studies, it's important to remember that any building that would be located here would be casting shadows at some point.
The four stories would, absolutely. 4-story buildings will cast more shadows than something smaller, correct?
Depends.
Depends. I have some questions about traffic that were brought up in the town engineer's memo. Can I address those, or would you
Please.
want to interrupt anyone that was going to speak?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. The town engineer, he talked about the data and analysis for table 8. And I believe, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right. It sounds like he is confirming in his memo that elevated levels of service are expected on Washington Street westbound during weekday morning and evening peak hours. And am I reading that right? So we're acknowledging that there is going to be elevated levels of service. But I have a question about the table, and I'm hoping someone can explain it a little bit to me. It seems like they talk about data for 2021, which is noted as existing, and 2028, which is noted both build and no build. So how does that pertain to really what's going to happen when the building is done and people are living there in 23, 24? How does that come into play?
I can probably answer that. That's a low enough hanging fruit for me, but Sam can back up if he's able to, if he's still on the line. The citation in the town engineer's letter was 2028 no build conditions, which what that means is that's what traffic conditions are going to be without this project. So what the town engineer is saying is that those worsened levels of service are going to happen whether or not this project happens. And so if you look on the screen here, 2028 build condition, that's comparing the project having been built And so you compare no build to build, that shows the difference of the project. And it's very minimal, the difference that the project adds. So the unfortunate reality that the town engineer is rightly pointing out is that traffic conditions are bad, they're getting worse, but this project won't be contributing significantly to that. That's what that means.
Okay, so, and then my other question about that is, with LOS, is that just vehicle trips? Or is that take into consideration the congestion in the area? Is it, how do they come up with that?
So level of service, and Sam, again, feel free to chime in. Level of service is a LOS level of service. That's a measurement that they give a grade rating to make them simpler to understand. That measures delays at these intersections, not capacity, not turning movements or things of that nature. It's delays exclusively.
Delays.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did bring up at the last meeting, we didn't really talk about it much, and I put it in my email to the Cpdc, that the results state all movements at the intersection of the site driveway exiting onto Washington Street are expected to operate. They talk about that. And it was talked about coming out, in the last meeting, coming out of the exit, taking a left onto Washington. And I brought up that we expect that will cause delays. Because when someone pulls out onto Washington Street and takes a left, going east, you have to basically go in front of those cars, wait for the other cars to come through the intersection, then you can take your left. We predict a lot of delays and issues with this exit coming onto Washington Street. And that's one of them. I know that the design was make the exit Washington Street because pulling in from Washington Street was causing a whole other bunch of headaches. But in our mind, it really doesn't completely solve the problem. And in addition to that, on at least 2 different places, in the most recent civil plan shows an X marked in front of their exit, saying basically the do not block. They call it the paint marker driveway clearance, and also a do not block driveway sign at the edge of their property. Those, which is basically saying stop in front of our driveway, not theirs. It's shown up as current as the latest civil plan. Is that still proposed?
We're going to be requesting permission for that from town engineer. That's one of the topics we'll be addressing with Mr. Percival.
Okay, so at one of the meetings, I can't remember which Cpdc member said, might have been Heather, none of the other residents on Washington Street can put a big X in a sign that says do not block driveway. I don't know if people understand, if you don't block the driveway of this development, you're basically instructing cars to sit in front of our driveway to not block this building. Does that seem right, or who approves that? The town engineer?
Town engineer, or is it the select board as road commissioners?
Town engineer.
Yeah, I'm not even sure we could do that.
I don't think that's,
No.
yeah. I
It's
don't
the
think
town
that's
engineer and
approvable.
the Parking Traffic Transportation Task Force.
I'm not saying it's not a good point, but I think it's another body that's going to be looking at that, right?
It is a good point.
It is a very good
It's
point.
on the road. But we should separate residential from commercial, and we should also separate, specific conditions. So if, for example, if you need a handicap spot, if we get parking across along it, right, and you need a handicap spot immediately in front of your house, you could be granted that. But somebody else might not be. So I don't want to generalize things like nobody else gets this or nobody else gets that. Driveway, at least the west driveway, because it looks like you have 2. The west driveway probably gets blocked on the worst days at time. Right, because that queue tends to back up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And it will be backed up much more when cars can't stop in that area, so.
Yeah, I don't know much more, and that's what you hit the nail on the head there with your analysis of the level of service, right? And we see this all the time. We see a small subdivision go in and the local residents get nervous about what traffic's gonna look like. But, 2 houses aren't gonna add much to Franklin Street's traffic, right? So it's this insignificant looking number. That's why that analysis says level of service doesn't change whether we build something or not, because relatively speaking, there just isn't a lot of traffic coming in and out of this facility. But some, and it's really nuanced because it's such a weird intersection. It's just got, just much going on there. And that's what I was getting earlier, is that I can see all the puzzle pieces put in there, but I'm not sure that the problem is solved yet. So yeah, level of service doesn't look like it's being impacted by it. And in math, it's not, but we know somebody coming out is gonna blaze at time, right? Some days they'll have a free left and they'll be able to just go quickly, but at some point, there's a mess there. And it's not long, it's not often, but there will be a mess there at times.
And it's not, important to remember, and I don't know how much this comes into play with all these traffic studies, it's not just the people who live there and they're leaving for work or picking their kids up from school. With that loading area, and I think nothing's changed with it, if I've got it right, there's a loading area when you're coming from Main Street. So that means all the delivery trucks, the UPS, the FedEx, the Amazon, the pizza deliveries, the Lyft, the Uber, all of that, am I correct, are being directed, there it is, in from Main Street, drop off, pick up, do what you're doing, and then come out onto Washington Street. So it's definitely, let's put it this way, add all those cars together with the people who live there, it is a lot more than what exit onto Washington Street currently, which basically no one does, because everyone who leaves 128 Tire knows, exit off of Main Street. You're not gonna have an easy time getting onto Washington. So the town manager mentioned that he'd like to see the maneuvering of going through the lot. Is that something that's been provided to him already, or is he waiting on that?
We don't have that yet, I think, do we?
So he reviewed the civil plans. I believe Jeff showed some turning movements in the architectural plans. So Ryan might not have seen those. I'll make sure he gets them, but I do think there are some spaces that might also wish to be shown on Jeff's plans. If I can pull them up.
Yeah, and if we're talking of, we haven't had an auto turn analysis done, and that's largely because we have a 24-foot drive aisle. So we have the garage itself has very generous turning movements. There's relatively few parking spaces, and I appreciate your concern for vehicles that may be loading, but again, that activity will happen during the business day, and we have 12 units in this building, so it's not as though there will be a high volume of people that will be requesting ride share at this building. If it was a dormitory, or if it was a higher density rental property, you may see something similar to that. But again, these are 12 condos. We're not talking about a 50-unit building.
And do you feel, well, I guess it may come up when you have to present to the town manager, for the larger vehicles like FedEx and UPS and, the box trucks, if it's a retail place, it's getting a food delivery, they'll be able to maneuver through there easily?
Yeah, that's one of the challenges that we've had with the parking, is that we want to maintain a very high drive aisle so that we can responsibly manage the larger vehicles. We're hoping to maintain a 10'6" clearance, which should allow for a 17-foot box truck to fit inside the garage. And again, but this is a very, central design consideration that we have, which is how do we responsibly accommodate, the various vehicles that will be driving through this garage. But again, we should also acknowledge that that loading zone will likely be the most active during business hours. And there's a small number of people.
it's that the business hours is what I think about, because when I brought this up at an earlier meeting, I just want to reiterate what we see happen now. UPS trucks, FedEx trucks, they do sometimes pull to the side. They're just kind of half on the road and half on the sidewalk doing their deliveries. If a truck is coming up Main Street doing their deliveries and they have to come in here, drop off their UPS packages and continue out, that driver is now trying to get out. He'll be able to get out easily if you're allowed that big fat X in front of the driveway, but if not, he's trying to get out. Now he's back at a light cycle he just came from. I think that it's avoided, but it's just more congestion, and like it's been said, this is a very, very unique property. It absolutely, I did the research, and I know the whole Cpdc knows because you've dealt with all the properties. All 7 of the other developments that have been approved, they are in the downtown smart growth district, are on or adjacent to low traffic volume side streets, or they're adjacent to a parking lot. All of them, and all 7 have parking spots right in front of their building, which, by the way, were blocked off for construction trucks. This is a very, very different animal. This is on the 2 busiest streets in Reading. There's the busiest intersection in Reading. This is very different when it comes to all of this, the pulling out, the movement, the congestion, the light cycle, and I haven't even started on the construction. I have a lot of questions on that, and I can send an email, but I'm telling you, this is very different from all the other developments.
Thank you, we appreciate your input. Any other comments from the board?
I just have a few more comments on that construction management plan, since they're gonna have to think about it a little more, but to the Haven Street development, the first one, right? There's a row laydown area here, so construction staging is something you have to think about. At some point, you are definitely gonna need to take a piece of Main Street to do some work, right? To have a crane or something, once the site gets full. Given consideration for whether this is modular construction or panelized or something to sort of minimize how much time you're on site. Important, because I just don't understand how the laydown space is going to work. Timing on that schedule is probably short. I think the lead times on materials alone are going to increase that a couple months, getting it constructed. So I think let's make that construction management plan more realistic. Is that something that they're required now, or is that something that gets submitted later?
Typically conditioned to be submitted later.
Yeah,
Okay.
we submitted it now. Obviously it was preliminary in nature. The final contractors and subcontractors, obviously, and construction managers were not finalized. So it was intended as a showing of good faith that this is something that we've thought about as a preliminary matter. And as we move forward through the process and towards construction, it'll obviously be fleshed out to a much more significant degree. In order for that to happen, though, we obviously need to get approval from you folks to move forward with the construction.
Sure, that's understood, but I mean, there's impact during construction, and we want to make sure that it's not being whitewashed, and that everybody who might see that construction management plan to understand that it is very preliminary.
Yep.
You know, if they think that things haven't been considered yet, it's just because it's basically the template to start from.
And then, Nick, towards your comment regarding modular panelized construction, I will likely encourage panelized construction on this project. Fully modular construction may not be that realistic, but we've had a lot of success with very tight sites using panelized construction.
Okay. That's all I have for tonight. Thanks, Bruce and Lisa, though, for really, digging into it, bringing out your concerns.
It is getting late. Oh, am I muted?
I just unmuted.
It is getting late and I do have more questions and it worked fine for me to send some of my questions in an email, which I'd like to do again. I'm just curious, am I to expect maybe some input from the board or is that really only done in these meetings? Like if I was,
It's only done at midnight.
We
Only
can't,
done
we
on these
can't
meetings.
respond, no, we can't respond to you outside of these meetings, really, right?
right,
So, I mean, I found your email to be really helpful. I read through that, and as I was listening to the presentation, I was thinking, okay, what's being addressed, what's not being addressed, so it's helpful, and then we discuss it at the meeting.
right. Okay, so if I had further concerns I didn't touch upon tonight, it's still good to send the email.
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure,
Come up at the next meeting or something like that.
yeah.
Yeah, they can
And
have
send the same thing back. If you don't think you got an answer to one of those points, then send that one back as well.
Yes,
Great,
yes, yeah.
I appreciate it. Because it's hard to cover everything, we start going into different subjects. And I just wanted to make sure I was doing it right by just sending another email. Excellent, thank
That's
you.
fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Sounds like we need to,
Do we have any other
I
ones?
don't think there are any other people who've raised hands.
Let's see.
I've not seen any pop up.
Okay, so shall I move to continue the public hearing on the 40R plan review at 459 Main Street until,
So we have a slot at 8 o'clock on May 16th. I would request to get plans by May 2nd, or the applicant should continue to our June meeting.
I think that'll make it more efficient for everybody.
Yeah.
So,
May 2nd, plans.
Yes.
yes. So I'm moving to continue it to 8 PM on May 16th.
Second?
All in favor?
Yes.
Good, continued then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll need to have the building, making sure that we have the Johnson's building in the same view to see where the shadows are.
Understood.
Is that good?
And a few other things I have
And a
started.
few other things that
here.
you've got to
Follow up with a
communicate.
list. Yeah, but getting them 2 weeks in advance is critical. We've gotten plans now 3 times, like within days of the hearings, and staff haven't really had a chance to dig into it.
And that will just make these meetings be so much more efficient if we've had to also had the chance to look at what the staff opinion is and what the staff review is. Which is one of the reasons why we need to have some sort of a cutoff prior to the meeting.
Well, we do, but we can't always
Right.
compel it to happen.
But I appreciate that the notice has gone out relative to that.
We'll have it ready by May 2. And if it's not going to be ready, we'll continue.
Okay. Fine? You ready
Very
to?
much.
Thank you all.
Hopefully not too much
Yeah.
more tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, so you want
So-
minutes out of us.
No.
That would be nice, but I leave that to you guys. You can now, I know I only uploaded them today, so now if it gives you more time to review
Okay,
prior to next, that's fine. So you might expect 4 sets or so on your next
Okay.
agenda.
May I ask the board if anybody is ready to make comments on either set of the minutes?
not I.
Okay. I didn't know if you had a chance to review maybe one instead of the
I'll
other.
commit to doing these two before the next meeting. Okay.
That works for me.
So I was going to just give you a little bit of an update on the town meeting presentation I've been working on, but I
Yes.
know it's like really late. So I basically just incorporating all your feedback from last time into it and adding some data, and I'm going to be pre-recording, like giving a presentation over Zoom to myself and recording it for town meeting members tomorrow. do you want me to show you what I did, or are you too tired? Just,
People?
I won't give the presentation, I'll just kind of show you how I've like included your stuff.
I personally would find that useful, but
Yes.
I don't want to keep others if that's less
No.
useful.
No, agree.
So as usual, thank you for all the great comments. Let me just get this screen shared. Where am I? Oops, that's not where I want to start. Whoa, not even close. Okay.
Starting in the middle.
It's a very long presentation. I think it's like almost 40 slides. Okay, so basically, I put in a map and with some highlighted, like all the projects are in purple, and then some of the landmarks, and then just some stats on the side so people can orient themselves with where the Downtown Smart Growth District is if they're not familiar. Let's see, these are all the same. I specifically mentioned the instructional motions up front here and the why is this amendment needed. I tried to tie everything back to that, and then and to the survey, which I'll get into in a minute. So this is the public process, and then what we heard in the Your Downtown survey, and just underlining like the themes that were constant throughout the feedback that we got, which tied directly to the things that you're looking at modifying throughout the bylaw, but most specifically in the waiver, the tiered schedule. So there were a lot of nice connections to be made that I'm working on making. Again, like the same things, people are looking at the same, asking for the same things. And then just like a summary of what we heard, kind of the top level things. So people want all those things that I had underlined in red, and then open spaces could be small, private or public, green or landscaping, sidewalks. And then increased density can and should be justified by providing some of the above of these things. That was pretty loud and clear, that in many different questions, it was like, well, what would you trade off for increased density? And some of these things kept coming up time and again. And then lot coverage, like it seemed like lot coverage itself would be better addressed by actually telling developers like what types of uses we want on the site, and how much open space we want, and how much parking we want, and what we want, versus limiting what they can do and then telling them to try to figure it out. So
Julie, small typo, it's THAN, not THEN in the last line.
thank you. Hold on. Oh, I'll fix it later, but yeah, thanks, that's good to know. And then the goals I modified slightly, but the text in red here is to get at the intent of the instructional motions, and then to propose a sophisticated and flexible waiver-based approach to zoning requirements. Those are probably the two big ones, and then just looking at public benefits in exchange for density, and the broad community sentiment that we kind of pulled out through the survey and the year of public outreach. Okay, and then I was just getting into the amendments, and I'll just go through and show you what I put in here. I put another map to kind of show the transitional areas in District Edge. This map doesn't show it yet, but it's a work in progress. I was just gonna kind of highlight the lots that we consider District Edge and lots that we consider transitional. So that when we add the definitions, if anyone asks, like, what are you talking about? We can say, here's a map that shows what we're talking about. And then, like, to understand how the requirements in this zoning would impact like existing projects, I kind of went piece by piece. So in this dimensional section where you have a minimum lot area of 6,000 square feet and then a total minimum setback of 30 feet, I looked at like what that would mean, and I can't move myself. Move myself out of the way. Okay. So two properties would not have been able to be developed at all. The Chronicle and 18 Woburn Street would have been under the size threshold, and then the highlighted ones over here indicate properties that didn't meet the 30-foot combined setback. So like all these highlights are projects that wouldn't have complied with these new requirements. Whether they could have is a whole nother matter I didn't quite explore. But anyway. And then I did the same thing further down when we look at like parking, what would have been required. So we limited the amount of the percent that could be compact to 25. So all these projects that are greater than 25% compact like wouldn't comply. And then these projects would require additional spaces to meet the requirement for 2 spaces for 3-bedroom units, right? And it's actually, when you do the math, it's not that much more than what they had to get that. Because what I looked at is the number of 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms, and then a 1.25 ratio for that, right? And then where does that get us? And then what's left? Well, I'm not very articulate right now, but like basically what did they provide and what would they have needed? And this is the difference to get the 1.25 for the 1 and 2 bed and then the 2 for the 3-bed units. But that like would also leaves nothing left, right? That's like maxing out what they provided. So it doesn't take into account like if they wanted to use those spaces for commercial or for guests or anything like that. And then again, like for the commercial, I just looked at, what was it? Sorry, is it? Just check here. Oh yeah, so the 10% of the gross floor area being used for commercial. So I highlighted the ones that don't comply. And then of that commercial square footage, only 33% could be used for office and institutional uses, right? So all the ones that are more than 33%, and then some like, a few of them aren't constructed or don't have tenants yet, so it's like a little unknown. But the ones that do not comply with that. Affordability, I didn't get into like specifically because none of the projects that are under the current threshold of 12 would meet this proposed threshold of 9, right? So like this Chronicle and the Woburn Street project are like 6 and 7 units, right. So they wouldn't have required it anyway. And then I looked, so for the waivers, actually I don't think I put it in here yet. No, I didn't. Let me just show you really quick. The spreadsheet I was working on today. It's a bit long, and so I have to figure out a different way to actually show it in the presentation, but I'm doing a similar thing where I'm looking at the basic, the project stats, like for what's constructed today, and then tier 1, the different things they need to provide. And in this case, I actually highlighted the ones that do comply, right? Because it's actually a lot less. And so you can see as they track through the tiers, like which things they comply with. And the reason that Chapin Avenue only has this section filled out is because it's the one that's like in this tier. All the others are actually in tier 3 in terms of density, and so they would need to be able to comply with at least one thing in each category. The big piece I'm still working on is the open space piece, because we define open space to mean so many different things. Each site, like I'm looking specifically to calculate, like, so that I can understand, do they meet the 10% of lot area as open space, and is 50% of that at grade? Or would they be looking at a payment in lieu situation? So that's a little bit more time consuming, and I haven't finished it yet. But so this analysis so far has revealed to me that Postmark is the one that gets the most, because I think they get past tier 1 by preserving a historic building, right? And then they jump to tier 2, and they did provide a lot of extra parking spaces, which, as we know, I need to revise this now. So maybe they won't need it anymore. But anyway, they do have decent amount of open space on the site, so if they can get the open space in tier 3, which I probably doubtful, but maybe close, then they would be a project that could actually comply with what you're doing, but most of them do not. The other one that may come close, just because of the amount of commercial square footage, is the Woburn Street project, which has that first floor like entirely dedicated to commercial, and the small square footage of the lot kind of like work nicely to mean that it actually complies with some of the things. So that's where I am so far, and
Julie, on this spreadsheet,
sure.
get rid of the detail. Just X that they meet it or blank that they don't. That'll help you bring it all in closer.
I think
Yeah.
you're using it as part of the presentation.
Well, I was thinking
Yes.
I might actually just show tier 1 and then do like another slide, tier 2, tier 3, because
Do
like
that too.
I think it's interesting to show like what the payment in lieu amounts would be.
Yes.
Like some of these things, like, I mean, I don't expect town meeting members to get really in depth on it, but like if they wanted to, they could look at my presentation, pause on this when I'm showing this, or even reach out to me and get a copy of it and like study it.
Well, I think a key point there with the payment in lieu is that really the most surefire way to get open space of the nature and where one wants it is to acquire it, rather than to extract it out of development projects. And so that's just in general, best way to do that is to buy it. And this, I think, is good information to say this could be an avenue for that eventually. Yeah.
Right. So
I have a question. So 18 Woburn would meet a lot of these. It also
well, it meets the
doesn't meet
commercial
square
one.
feet threshold.
It doesn't necessarily meet a lot. The one
Okay.
that it meets consistently throughout is the commercial,
Okay.
right? And so then I just have to see if it can get to the open space, and there's not a lot on that site. So
But under our proposed guidelines, it couldn't have even been built under here because it doesn't meet a proposed bylaw. 'Cause
Right.
It doesn't meet the
Right,
square footage
yes.
threshold for the
that's
lot.
and that's the thing I thought about. Do I keep these properties in here or not? Because like technically it wouldn't be able to be developed. So that's interesting, isn't it?
You have a waiver for that.
Yes.
Yeah, but you could get a waiver
Right.
for that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
True.
And I think that's also an important question to be able to answer at a town meeting.
Right. Right. Really, anything can be waived with the exception of the affordability requirements. And then you did put a cap, like an upper limit on density, so you'd have to think about whether you would even waive that. Like, they could request it, I think you could under 40R, but that's something to think about whether you would do
So
that or
you're
not.
recording this presentation and then are we then giving it a version of it at town meeting as well because it's so complicated?
Right, my lovely town meeting members, you guys can
I'm
fight
thinking,
amongst
I'm
yourselves.
thinking for the town, I'll think about it some more, I'm thinking for town meetings, some of the ones like the slides that show the percentage of the poll responses, we have a little bit more time before town meeting. We might wanna turn those into bar graphs, just so they're
Right.
just not quite as dizzying to look at.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I was thinking like, I wanted to really just say like really focus on like what's the takeaways, and not about 30% of people said this, and because then it gets to be so many numbers, so many.
And that's why sometimes a bar graph is
Yeah.
like you show the bar graph, glance at it, and then you can make the point about the takeaway.
Yeah,
Less numbers.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can.
For this chart, do we need to show like how everything lines up to tier 2 if nothing's truly in tier 2?
So they have to meet a requirement of tier 2.
But it's
Right.
yeah. But
Yeah.
it's under the same, like the categories are the same. So is there a way that you could collapse it? So like that the open space category, I guess not, because you'd have to describe which threshold it is.
Yeah, and actually tier 3 includes like an affordability and a parking requirement that are like deeper, broader affordability, and then shared parking, and so those I didn't even capture in here. So that's even like another
Type of
thing that
thing.
Yeah, like there are more options in tier 3 than I show in this chart. I was thinking I might put like a note or something. And
That's why pulling them
yeah.
onto individual slides to maybe
Yeah,
just
yeah.
repeat
Right.
what a proponent has to do and to meet those different tiers might be useful.
Yeah, I'm gonna separate them out. But it's a lot and it's a lot of numbers and I like, I don't know if it's bad or good to go down this rabbit hole, but it'll be there if people wanna talk about it or ask questions about it, I guess. So. Yeah, and you guys can also view the presentation like that I'll pre-record and then we could like, it could be like, what are we learning from this? Like what works and what doesn't, like what do we wanna change for the presentation for the town
Yeah.
meeting? Like what should I have said that I didn't? You know, like,
And we might have the advantage of, finding out people who do watch it, what are they confused about or what questions do they have?
right, exactly, yeah, so. And I'm working on a whole script to go with it that whoever does it at town meeting can modify to suit their own presentation style, so.
And we'll also build maps for the district edge and transitional areas to show those.
Yep. And then, so we met with DHCD on Zoom last Thursday, and they are working on issuing us a letter of project eligibility for these changes. So we have their like initial approval for all these changes.
So did they give you their verbal initial approval?
Yes,
Good.
yeah, they
Good.
reviewed the analysis we did of what we think the impacts would be, and they basically accepted it as we did it. And yeah, so.
Does it result in any need to give money back?
No, and that's really what they care about, actually. Yeah, it's so sad. It's like there's a big gap between like feasibility and economics of a viable project in Reading and like what DHCD cares about, which is their minimum 20 unit and acre density and like whether we have to pay them back for zoning incentive payments based on that 20 unit and acre density. And so there's, the big gap in between of like actual project feasibility. But yeah, so we just proved to them that we're not really impacting the ability to achieve 20 units an acre on most of the lots, we don't think. And then we also have a lot of wiggle room in terms of the zoning incentive because they're done in thresholds. So there's like a 1 to 200 unit threshold where they paid us money, and then there's like 200 to 500. And so we didn't get money in that second tier. So we have a lot of wiggle room to like, basically, if that makes any sense. I know it's like really wonky and, but like they're not paying us money for every unit we say we can produce. They're paying us money if we fit into certain categories, right? So.
There's another thing for the town meeting presentation, and I'm willing to help out with this, but I think a lot of town meeting members will know what 475 Rise is, know what Postmark is, know what 18 Woburn is. I think an awful lot of them won't. It's so easy to kind of just get confused. Again, it's numbers and names.
Yeah.
I think we might wanna do renderings or pictures.
Yeah, I have a
of the
slide.
actual, yeah.
Should have put that in, yeah.
I have to.
And if you don't have pictures, I can go take some pictures, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I know my presentations are like most boring presentations known to man. And you can see that I'm just like, I have no time, I'm just spitting out everything.
You have to get all the information in, and an advantage of recording it ahead of time is we've got the time to think about, okay, how do we now make this like really easier to understand for people for whom this might be really difficult to understand.
Yeah. No, that's good. If you think of any other like nice looking stuff that's not just like white and black with some red text and some yellow highlights every now and again, I'm all for it. Just, like,
Would you send around another draft
Yeah,
of
I
what
will.
the slides are at?
Yeah, I'll send another draft. So that's that.
Just a reminder, communicate only with Julie and Andrew, not amongst the board.
Oh, if,
Oh, right. No.
in editing, yes.
Yeah, you
Or
guys are the
suggestions.
best commission about that, actually. You guys are so good. I mean, I know you're all busy and maybe that's why you never respond, but you're actually like so good about it, so it's good.
Might wanna walk that site, by the way, the 459. I might wanna walk the Johnson's property line, trying to understand what they're saying about what the Rise building, for example. 'cause I
Yeah,
don't
they
see
kept
that
on
now.
talking about that, but that's way at the back where their garage is.
And I'd also
Now,
like to walk.
They're not anywhere, their property stops well before the building sets way back. Anyway, I don't wanna discuss the property, just wanna potentially go their property, so I guess you'd have to tell them that, right?
Yep, you got it.
Yeah, we
I
can
was thinking of
coordinate
the same,
that.
so.
Remember to get your lemonade when you're there.
Do you think a commission site visit, or do you think like just staff, or what are you thinking, Nick?
I mean, I was just gonna do it on a run, one day when I'm on a run, but yeah, if you wanna go there as a commission, I'd be okay with that too.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm just around the corner from it.
alright, we can,
But if you go as commission, you have to,
We have to post.
We have to
Yeah,
make sure
post it.
that we
Yeah.
post it.
of course, yeah. Hopefully
that.
not.
And we can do that. We're above board.
Yeah, I mean, if it works out, I would do it. It's a place that I also just kind of want to stop and look intentionally, maybe even just, I don't know, that I need to
Watch
get on
the
their
traffic
property,
not
but,
moving.
but yeah, like, look at it, like, I do that with
Yeah,
almost all these
it's a
projects.
troubled corner, that's
Yeah.
for sure.
oh, I see it every night when I come home. The
10,
back up,
Yep.
15, 20, almost to Elliott Street
Yep.
most times.
Yep.
Alright, so what else? Anything else?
anything else? We have a motion on the floor to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
A second that? 37.
Favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, Nick. Have a good night.
That was a tough meeting.
I thought it was gonna go so fast at first. I thought it was gonna go so fast at first.
I know.
No, I didn't.
Well, can we still check the signatures?